Very late. Sir, please mute yourself. Once again, there will be very few warnings tonight because of the volume of people in the meeting. Please use *6 to mute yourself if you are on a telephone, and please mute yourself with your device right now if you're on a smart device otherwise. Use the little microphone. But please, this is very important to not have the meeting interrupted over and over again. Thank you very much for your cooperation. It is greatly appreciated. And once again, please remain muted throughout the meeting unless specifically given by permission by the City Council to speak. Thank you very much. We'll be getting very shortly. IT, please mute anybody who comes into the meeting and does not mute themselves right away and who otherwise disturbs the meeting. We'll be getting underway very shortly. Thank you.
Mr. Conlon? Mr. Conlon?
Yes, ma'am. Just 1 second, ma'am.
You have Thursday's agenda on the screen and not Tuesday's.
Yes, ma'am. Just because our agenda for Tuesday is pretty much set, I'm just showing this is really about Thursday's meeting, so I did put Thursday's agenda up.
Yeah.
What's going on?
No, not.
Mr. Collin, are you ready?
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
All righty.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you could please remain muted throughout the meeting until such time as acknowledged by the council, that would be very appreciated and will also help us facilitate a more efficient meeting. Thank you very much.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Adequate notice of this meeting has been given in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act pursuant to Public Laws 1975, Chapter 231. This agenda is complete to the extent known and was sent to the Trenton Times and the Trentonian newspapers, posted on the first floor bulletin board in the City Hall, filed in the City Clerk's office, and posted on the City of Trenton's website. Formal action will be taken. Mr. Collin, can you call the roll?
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Blakely. Ms. Caldwell-Wilson.
Present.
Mr. Harrison. Will please aggressively mute any people who interrupt the meeting. Mr. Michel. Present. Mr. Rodriguez.
Present.
Ms. Vaughn.
Present.
Thank you, ma'am. Council President McBride.
Present.
Council member with 2 members absent. Would you like me to call the directors?
Yes, please.
Mr. Cruz.
Present. Good evening, everyone.
Mr. Cherry.
I'm present. Good evening.
Okay, please, please, thank you. I know it's hard to find them when they're interrupted. Mr. Liston,
Present.
Mr. Bridges,
Present. Good evening.
Mr. Walsh, Mr. Walsh, Chief Mazier,
Good evening.
Mr. Lyle,
Present.
Dr. Lopez,
Good evening. I'm present.
Mr. Onatieri,
Present. Good evening.
Ms. Richardson,
Good evening. I am present.
Mr. Lavender,
Present. Good evening.
Mr. Zelinski.
Present.
Council President, the directors are present and accounted for, except as noted. Would you like me to proceed down the agenda?
Yes, please.
Okay, at the top of the meeting, and I'm going to actually find the presentation that was sent to me, so I'm going to have to actually load that up if you just bear with me for a second. We have Ms. Maria Richardson appearing from the Department of Recreation and Natural Resources with the presentation on Antico Square. Once again, if IT could aggressively mute people as we go, and I will bring up the presentation if you just bear with me 1 minute. Ms. Richardson, if you want to make your opening remarks, Council President, does she have the floor?
Yes, she does.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Richardson?
Thank you so much. Good evening, everybody. My name is Maria Richardson. I am the Director of Parks and Recreation for the City of Trenton. The City of Trenton is actually intending to make 2 applications to the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection, one for the Green Acres Program and another one to the Urban Parks Grant Program. This presentation is basically a public hearing as required by the Department of Environmental Protection in order to consider our applications. So once the presentation is on the screen, I will proceed. As I mentioned, these applications are to the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection. This one is for Urban Parks Initiatives. It's a $500,000 grant application with no match requirement. We are to deliver the completed application on June 30th, and the purpose is the restoration of the building at Taylor Street and to support some other planned activities, creation activities. There, Mr. Conlon, the presentation is no longer on the screen. I can proceed. I can go ahead.
Just
That is
a
also
second.
to...
I'm having one technical difficulty. You'll be back up in 30 seconds.
Mr. Conlon, it's Councilman Blakely on the call.
So noted. Thank you. Mr. Harrison, have you arrived, sir? Okay.
Yes, I've arrived.
Thank you. Ms. Richardson, I will have it back up in about 15 seconds, and just let me know which slide you wish me to go to when it comes back up. Thank you.
Yes, you can go. When you come back, you can go to slide number 2, and I can continue with the narrative. As I mentioned, the purpose is to restore the building at Taylor Street, to support the planned outdoor recreation, and also to develop trails and multi-purpose fields on a portion of that Taylor site. Other anticipated funding, and this is to address the phase 2 of that program. A couple of months ago, we applied for another grant, federal grant, to address the soccer field construction on the same site. Some of the building repairs will include a new roof and skylights, the restoration of the building shell, and what we have in the screen right now is the conceptual rendering of both phases 1 and phase 2. The building repairs will include new roof and skylights, the restoration of the building shell, some new exterior doors, reconfiguration of the restrooms and new fixtures, lockers for equipment storage. It will include also irrigation and lighting controls, interior and exterior lighting, HVAC system, and a community meeting space. If you could please go to the slide number 4. that shows the current look of the facility. And if you go to the following slide, it shows the need for a new roof. You can go to the next slide, Mr. Conlon, please. We will have plenty of space there for meeting space and for community meetings. As I mentioned, restrooms and space for electrical and irrigation controls. We have already submitted for additional funding grants for other sites. And that would be the phase 2 of Taylor. You can go to the Amtico Green Acres application now. It's probably 2 more slides. Yes. You can go to the next slide, please. Yes. This is a second application to Amtico Green Acres. And it's also for the New Jersey Department of Environmental Protection. This grant is up to $1 million with a 25% loan or match requirement. If the state would not grant the 25% loan, we have the matching funds. This application is due July 15th, and the purpose of this application is to construct the skate park with shade structure at Amtico Square. It will also allow for the construction of multi-purpose courts, parking lot, lighting, drainage, and sidewalk improvements, and the restoration of the existing covered bridge. There in the screen, it's a conceptual rendering of those of the developments that we expect to build at the square. The following slides will show the present situation of the site, which is actually covered in debris, but it has a hard slab that can be reused for the court and for the skate park. If you could please go to the following slide, Mr. Conlon. This is the present situation of the facility. You can go to the next one, please. This is the covered bridge that is at the site. It's a beautiful bridge, and once it's rehabilitated, it will provide an absolutely beautiful asset for the area. If you could please go to the next slide. This is a drawing of the new skate park once this grant is granted to the city and all the work is done. That is the end of my presentation. If you have any comments, you can make them now. You can also send me an email to the address list that I posted on the screen. Thank you very much.
Council President? Are we
Yes,
taking
Councilwoman.
comments? I have a question.
Yes, this is a public,
This is a public hearing, ma'am, so I now
Yes,
declare open.
here is
I
a
have
public
I have to declare,
presentation.
I just have to declare it open, so please just give me 1 second. Council President, would you like to open the public hearing?
Yes, I would, but the councilwoman had a question before we opened it up to the.
Very good. My apologies, ma'am. Go ahead. My apologies.
Yes, to Ms. Richardson. Mr. Collins, somebody is getting a lot of feedback. Is this Loudner Sykes? Who is Loudner Sykes? Can you mute, please?
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Thank you. Ms. Richardson, are you still there?
Yes, Councilwoman.
Okay, yes, I have gotten some feedback from our constituents here in the West Ward about the skate park. One of the questions that I received was that folks are concerned that how can we accept a $1 million grant, but yet for a skate park, but yet we're unable to adequately maintain and improve the existing parks. And one of the parks that they gave as an example, like Stacy Park. So a lot of folks are concerned about funding new park infrastructures without funding or maintaining and upgrading our current parks. We have a huge number, 60. So that's one of the questions that some of the constituents in the West Ward would like answered, right? We're not adequately maintaining our existing parks, so how are you going to venture to get this $1 million into a whole new park? The other question that folks had was, did you go out to the community? Where's the data from the community? Did you do any outreach and ask the Trenton youth, would they be interested in the skate park or maybe something else they may be interested in? How did you determine and what data inputs did you receive and from whom that a skate park is something that the city residents have an appetite for or have a great interest in? So can you share that, that information with us? And they want to know if you did your study on the interest level for the community here in Trenton for a skateboard park, how many skateboarders do we have in Trenton? Or is this going to be really used by outsiders? Have you determined through your study, your community outreach, who are the youth that skateboards in the city? We don't see a lot of skateboarders around the city of Trenton. So who is this skate park that's going to be utilized by? And those are the questions that were put to me by the residents of the West, some of the residents in the West Ward.
Yes, thank you for the questions, Councilwoman Vaughn. Council President, may I answer the question?
Yes, go
Thank
right
you.
ahead. Sorry.
Thank you. Regarding the first question, the level of maintenance, at least for the last, I totally understand how the levels of maintenance in the city drop for probably during the last 10 years. I have to say that at least during the last 2 years, we have been able to increment levels of service in the city of Trenton for the parks. And the parks are being maintained in a regular basis. We have more of a trash problem than a maintenance problem, and that has to do with education. We probably need to have campaigns educating the population in terms of how we use the park and the trash that we leave at the parks. But we have been maintaining the parks. I am not going to say at an ideal level, but we continue to move towards getting to a place where the parks are properly maintained. Obviously, we had a department that was non-existent for several years, and we have been increasing our budget, our staff every year, at least during the last 2.5 years, to provide more appropriate, more adequate maintenance to the parks. I hope that answered the question. Regarding the second question, if the community has been...
Ms. Richardson?
No. Councilwoman Vaughn, let her complete the answering of your questions, because we have the public
go ahead.
waiting, so we're going to allow her to complete the answers to your questions.
Regarding the second, I'm sorry. Thank you,
right
Council
ahead.
President, Councilwoman Vaughn. Regarding the second question, if the community has been involved, up to this time, yes, the community has been involved. This process of the conversations about skateboard parks precedes me. The community has been meeting and talking about what the potential use for Antico Square has been probably for the last 8 to 10 years. So organizations like IOS, the East Trenton Collaborative, Trenton Bicycle Groups, have been meeting, and the community at large have been meeting. I know that I was asked to provide my feedback probably 3 or 4 years ago when I was not working for the city for this type of event. There are many conceptual drawings that were created by the community, and I can provide those to you, and I'm pretty sure that I see some people raising their hands that have been part of that input and that have been working on this project prior to me working for the city. As for the amount of skateboard bands in the city, um, it I don't have a number of people who are who are skateboarders, but I know that we co-sponsored a program during the winters at the Wireworks building that has over 300 children from the city of Trenton as beneficiaries of that program. And we can see people using skateboards in the city hall steps, at the Mill Hill, and wherever they can find a bench or anything that could serve as sport or as an obstacle. So I have seen, and I'm pretty sure that many people in this call could confirm that information. Skateboard is in the city. It has a lot of fans in the city, and I think that this is the appropriate use for that site.
Thank you. So, Mr. Collins, will you open up for public comment now?
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is a presentation and a public hearing for the project at Antico Park. I now declare open a public hearing for the Antico Park at the beginning. The sole topic that you can discuss during this particular portion of the meeting is about the presentation for the skate park at Antico.
Hello? Yes, is this open up for the...
It is not. It is not open yet. Please let me finish, ma'am.
Okay.
Once again, I now declare open a public hearing for the project in Antico Park. I am asking only for people who have questions and or comments about this project alone to ask to be recognized by the council. Does anybody wish to be recognized to speak solely on this project and presentation?
Raise my hand.
I have a couple of hands raised, so
Okay.
just bear with me for 1 second. Anybody on the phones want to speak out?
Yes. Yes.
Go ahead, ma'am. What's your name? Speak for the record.
Now,
The lady on the phone, if you could speak.
did you call me to open up
Yes,
now?
ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Vanessa Murphy Bennett. I'm a resident of...
Council President, would you like to recognize Ms. Murphy Bennett?
Yes, go right ahead, Ms.
Ms.
Bennett.
Murphy Bennett, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm a resident of Tyrell Avenue and Antico Square. For months now, we've been looking forward to this skateboard ring. It would bring help the kids a lot, and we do have a lot of kids that's on skateboards. And also I'd like to say I am a volunteer with ETC, East Trinity Collaborative. Okay, and before they started with the deciding that it was going to be a skateboard ring, the open space was been used for a dumping site, and there was so many truckloads that was being taken of garbage taken out of this area, but it's cleaned up now, and we're just looking forward to the skateboard ring coming. And there's a lot of people in this area that do have skateboards, and the kids here are really looking forward to it being here. And even the kids that don't know how to skateboard, that's all they talk about is learning how to skateboard. So I'm just hoping that they bring it here, and even the last year and a half, that's all the kids, people just been talking about. They want the skateboard ring to come.
Thank you.
And
Thank you, Ms. Bennett.
that's about it. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jack McNichol, Council President.
Yes.
Mr. McNichol, you have been recognized. Please state your name. And
Hi, Jake McNichol. Yes.
Jake McNichol, sorry.
No problem. Good evening, Council President and other councilmen and women. I am a Trenton resident. I live and work in the city, and I just wanted to join tonight's meeting to chime in about how incredibly excited I am and many other folks who I know in Trenton are about this plan for the reactivation and the revitalization of the Antico Square site. As everyone knows, you saw in the presentation, in its current state, the Antico Square location is not only unused, it's a danger to the local community. It's a dumping ground, it's dirty, and it's just not providing any value. So this project would completely revamp the space. It would transform it into something that's not only safe, but is a valuable community asset. And as discussed, this project incorporates a whole lot of really important community features. It's got these multi-use courts, it's got the shade structure, and it also has the skate park. And I'm excited about all the elements of this project, but the skate park in particular, I think, is really important. I'm a lifelong skateboarder. I grew up skating in and around Trenton. And for the past few years, I've been working with the city Department of Recreation, as well as a bunch of other partners throughout Trenton, including East Trenton Collaborative, Friends of Antico Square, the Boys and Girls Club, Homefront, a whole bunch of organizations. And we've run skateboard programs for the past 3 years, and there have been even more going back before that. And in that time, we've seen, on average, more than 100 people come out to every skate event that we have. We've given away more than 150 skateboards to young people in the community. And I can tell you, any kid and any parent that we've given a skateboard to, they've been thrilled. They jump on it immediately. And their first question is, where can I go to use this? Where's our skate park in Trenton? And so having this resource in the Trenton community is something that is very much in demand and is very much needed. And especially this summer, skateboarding is now an Olympic sport, and it's going to be in the Olympics in a couple of months. And that's going to even more increase kids' desire to get on skateboards and get out there and do it. And so the fact is, every community in the region, every city around Trenton has a skate park, and it's time for Trenton to provide this resource for the kids and the young adults in our community who are interested in skateboarding, who are finding places to go do it that maybe not everyone would be thrilled to find skateboarders. And they really need this, and this is a fantastic use for this vacant site. And I really hope that council supports moving forward with resolutions 21-247 and 21-249 on Thursday so that we can get this $1 million plus in grant funding and make this happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Council President, next we have Ms. Andres Lome.
Mr. Andre Lome.
Mr. Andre Lome.
I'm a West Ward resident, and I'm kind of surprised and blown away by Councilman Vaughn's comments on asking who is interested in skating. Councilwoman Vaughn, my son is a skater. He skates with the gentleman who was just speaking, and most of the time he goes out to Newtown or goes out to Hamilton, him and his group of kids, because there's no facility here. If you wanted to know how much interest there was in this, 2 years ago we had an event which was a cleanup event, which all of City Council was invited to participate. Only Councilman Harrison showed up. We did a cleanup of the place, and then we asked questions. What's the best use for this facility? Do we keep it empty? Do we leave it as a dumping ground? Or can we do something productive for our children? And that's where the idea, and again, the idea has been floating for years. We have people like Mark Leckington who worked on that, looking to see if we can provide a space for our children so they don't have to go out of town. My child, I lend him my car, and he goes out to Newtown to skate, or he goes out to the skate park in Hamilton. Why should he when we live in Trenton? So, you know, it's just a matter of participation and see what's going on, and you'll see how much of a need there is. And like you said, the young man that was on, he gave skateboards out. Yeah, you got to see the look in the faces. My son is not a child. He's 23 years old, and he's ecstatic about a skate park here in Trenton. So he doesn't have to go out of town. So he doesn't have to be in a community that he doesn't know. So that is the highest and best use of that property.
Thank you. Mr. Conlon, there's children crying in the background.
Yeah, I'm looking for it. If IT can please help me, because I'm taking notes at the same time. So if IT could please help me, because there's almost 200 people in here. So if we could find, I like crying babies, but if we could find it, I think I just found it. Council President, let me get back to the list. Next we have Ms. Michelle Roos.
Ms. Roos, go right ahead, Ms. Roos.
Ms. Roos? Ms. Roos has lowered her hand. Council President, next we have...
Mr. Howard.
Here I am, sorry.
Waiting.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Ms. Roos, you have the floor, please.
Thank you. My name's Michelle Roos. I live in Trenton. I work in Trenton. And my son is a lifelong skater. And what I can say from a parent perspective is that skating teaches a lot of life lessons. It's a great way. I know Trenton has a lot of problems with childhood obesity, and we need more opportunities for our kids to be able to exercise and have fun together in an inclusive space where there's no judgment, where people work together and cheer each other on. And that's what I've seen at skate parks. The older guys mentor the younger guys. More and more women and young women are getting into skating. It's a very inclusive community. And, I know that when Freedom has events and they hand out skateboards, they also hand out helmets. So they also promote skate safety. And this is a great opportunity for this community. The overall plan is beautiful, and it would be so much better than what's there now. I just think it would be a real shame if council failed to move forward and take advantage of this opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next
Mr.
Council
Conlon.
President, we have Robin D. Patterson. Yes, ma'am.
Councilwoman, let him call off as he goes down the list. I'm quite sure he'll get to everyone. Go ahead, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, Robin D. Patterson.
Hello, everyone. Excuse me, I apologize. What were you going to say?
You've been recognized for public hearing, ma'am.
Oh, hello. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for presenting this proposal for the skate park out East Trenton on Terrell Avenue. I grew up on Terrell Avenue. My family still lives on Terrell Avenue. It was a wonderful street growing up. If we had a skate park on the street growing up, things would have been even better. I think it's a great idea. I see the plan that you guys are trying to bring to fruition for the skate park and leading into Hetzel's Field, and I think it's a wonderful, wonderful plan, and I hope that the council votes to proceed with putting the skate park on Terrell Avenue. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conlon.
Council President, next we have Ramona.
Go right ahead.
Ramona, could you please identify yourself for the record? Ma'am, you've been recognized.
You may move forward, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am. Council President, next we have Jacques Howard, Black Cannabis.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't change that. Thank you very much, Council. Jacques Howard, Trenton, New Jersey resident, also president and founder of Franklin Park's Northeast Block Association, media head of Trenton 365, and currently the president of the award-winning nonprofit organization Trenton Cycling Revolution. As the previous folks have spoken, and even to the council, let me back up. As the previous folks have spoken, I agree with them 100%. As one of the original organizers of taking the skate park concept forward to an outdoor venue, about 7 or 8 years ago. I've been working diligently with lots of different folks from nonprofit organizations such as Freedom NJ, as well as serving on the board of the Isles organization, Artworks Trenton, et cetera, and getting an opportunity to spend time with several of the young adults and finding out about the culture of skateboarding and biking and BMX that is rampant and has been for many years. When folks talk about the interest of the skateboarding and bicycling and BMX culture in Trenton, all they need to do is to look at a social media site or to do a search on the internet for the amount of skateboard videos that are created on the downtown area. Trenton Daily did a wonderful article not long ago documenting the history of how I came up with this idea with Mark Leckington, who was working for the city at the time, and how we've worked through local organizations and groups such as the East Trenton Collaborative, Champs, and others in the skate scene to bring this concept to where it is now. This has been questioned for some folks because they say that they don't see a lot of skaters and so forth. I think that is a simple way for folks to say it is negative. I think if we look a little bit deeper and just recognize that the reason why we may not see as many skaters in Trenton is because they have to leave Trenton to skate during the day at an actual skate park. This space and this location has been identified by the residents of the Coalport area and of the East Trenton Collaborative area as being a site that has been systemically used as a dumping site. The plans for this skate park would not require as much maintenance as a traditional grass or field park would, considering this will all be concrete. If I have it my way, hemp will be part of that, and that will be part of an industry that is also spun off of this here in Trenton as well. But to finish up and give time to others, there is lots of information, documentation, whether videos, photographs, meeting notes, etc., for the last 7, 8+ years with a very inclusive group of Trentonians, as well as others who come to Trenton to skate, who recognize that having a skate park in Trenton would be a destination site, and the plans that are currently drawn up would make this a national destination site and potentially a place where we could expand upon the efforts of Freedom NJ of bringing the Ryan Sheckler Foundation into Trenton and bringing Vans, the skate company, into Trenton, as well as others. This could be something that we could use as a platform to further expand how the inclusive world of skateboarding is. It's open to everyone, and it's an individual alternative sport that is not equitably used for opportunities for minorities. And to close off, like Jake had mentioned, this is going to be in the Olympics this year, and 2 of the top skaters in the world are people of color. So big shout out to Stevie Williams out of Philadelphia. Hopefully we can get him to come into town, and Ishad Ware as well. Thank you very much for your counsel. If anyone has any questions or wants to find out more, my information is public. Trenton 365 would love to give you a tour. Take my tour of Trenton and see what's going on with skateboarding.
Thank you.
Council President, next we have Ms. Caitlin Fair.
Go right ahead, Ms. Fair. Ms. Fair.
Good evening, Council President. Good evening, Council people. Thank you for recognizing me. I just wanted to speak very briefly to a couple of points. The first one being the potential for outsiders to be the main ones benefiting, quote unquote, outsiders being the main ones to be benefiting from this facility. And I just wanted to speak to that to say that I think that it's safe to assume that most outside skaters have the means and ability to go to other places to skate. Like one of the gentlemen that spoke before me mentioned, there are a number of other skate facilities in neighboring towns that folks have access to. However, many of our children in Trenton don't have the means and ability to travel to other townships to utilize their skate facilities. They don't have the ability to visit neighboring towns and participate in those kinds of activities. And it's crucial that they have the resources to be able to participate in those things within their community for that reason. This particular plan would address that need. Additionally, one of the constant refrains that I hear directly from youth in the city is that there's nothing to do here. And this would also directly address that particular issue. I think that it's kind of common knowledge that there is a ton of evidence that a lack of free recreational resources and opportunities in communities has a direct correlation to increased incidences of violence. And I think it's important for us as a city to provide additional and diverse opportunities for recreation for youth, and that's imperative in order to combat the plague of violence that we're facing here in the city. I also wanted to speak to the point that all over the city, I mean, past my front door all the time, I see BMXers and skateboarders. And you see them all over the city, and particularly in the East Trenton neighborhood where this plan to take place, we have a tremendous number of young skaters and BMX riders in the neighborhood whom for this would be a really incredible opportunity to have this resource right in their backyard. So I just wanted to share those few points, and I really hope that council will allow us to realize this dream that has been a long time.
Avenue in East Trenton, and I stand in full support of the Antico Square skate park. We all know, we've seen the pictures of the deplorable state that it's in right now with the illegal dumping and the contamination. I believe that approving this resolution will provide opportunities for our children. I am not a parent of young children, but my kids are 25 and 29. I raised them in a suburb of Ohio, so if they were here, they wouldn't have access to the resources that they had there in Ohio. There was a skate park. That was the norm. I do share a little known Black history fact that Jacques Howard already mentioned. Ishod Ware, who is 29 years old, he's from our neighboring town, Bordentown. He started skating at 9 years old, and his dad is actually from Trenton. He's a native of Trenton, and he went pro in 2011 before he turned 20. And his gift has taken him around the world. He's competed internationally, and he stands 6 feet tall, and he has a basketball player's build, but his talent and his gift in skateboarding has afforded him opportunities to compete in the X Games in Norway in 2019. He finished first place. He competed in the X Games in Sydney in 2018. He finished 9th place. You can find more about him if you just Google him, Ishod Ware, W-A-I-R. And he's sponsored by Nike. He has his own sneakers. So I don't believe it has to be this or that. I believe we have opportunities for our children that can be this and that, whether it's basketball, football, skateboarding. We just provide them with the opportunities that could potentially take them around this world. We say Trenton makes the world takes, so this could be another opportunity for the next Olympic winner or, international pro skater from Trenton. I do believe that it is a positive opportunity for the city. And like Jock said, bringing in other people. I don't believe that anything that we do here in Trenton has to be for us, by us, but it can also be all-inclusive where it will provide diversity. So I strongly implore you to approve the 2 resolutions tonight, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Conlon.
Next, we have Ms. Sherry Garrett.
Go right ahead, Ms. Garrett.
Thank you, Council Woman McBride. I do share the sentiments of a few of most of the persons who spoke, but I like to find out more information in regards to these the design plans are going to be paid for through a grant, and that's fabulous. But what is it going to cost the city to maintain? We do have beautiful parks here in the 4 wards of Trenton, and it's very difficult to maintain them. I have utilized some of the parks. I have small children myself, and my question would be, as I started out, what it's going to cost to maintain these two facilities, especially the skate park, the outdoor skate park, from illegal activity. How are we going to address possible violence? How are we going to address where people are skating and, are learning to skate or aspiring to be professional skateboard people and they're gunned down while they're out there trying to enjoy themselves at this beautiful, fabulous park based on the design? How are we going to control the animal defecation or human defecation or urination on the grounds? Are we hiring park rangers to manage the park to make sure there's no violence to break out, or there would be a class war or a ward war or a clique war? How is this park or these facilities going to be managed, and what is the cost it's going to cost the city to have these facilities? Because, we want these great things to come about within our borders. But, the question is, the residents and the residents' children, where are they going to sign on, with this to help make sure that what I just mentioned, does not happen, or it's, people have some control over their behavior where, our young children can come and utilize these facilities. And everybody, it's a kumbaya thing that will go on and last on forever. But, that's my question. How much is this going to cost to maintain? And, I heard, what a lot of our callers said, but I haven't heard how we're going to maintain and make sure there's no legal activity, how we're going to make sure that no one is gunned down there, or there's no class war, no fighting, no feuding, adult kids coming there, using all kinds of profanity, talking all, incorrectly. How are we going to manage and monitor, and how much is that going to cost? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, Council President, next we have Mr. Dan Fatton.
Go right ahead, Mr. Fatton.
Thank you, Council President and members of council. Wanted to speak briefly and encourage you to support this.
Yes, Your Honor.
This movement to fix a known dumping site and
Good. I touched base with Mr. Wittenberg yesterday, but I guess I need to speak with him briefly.
Mr. Cologne.
I got him.
So I first moved to the city about 14 years ago, and I was involved with the Partnership for Healthy Kids at that point, which was tasked with addressing our obesity problem in the city. And I remember from the meetings in 2007 and 2008 that community members were asking for more recreational opportunities, better places for kids to play and to get active. This is exactly what we've been hearing people ask for the last 10 to 15 years. During the planning process for the Trenton 250 master plan, if you look at the action within the master plan called Assunpink Creek Greenway and Park Plan, this is 100% within the action of our master plan. It reads, the proposed Greenway and Park includes former industrial properties, and I would put in parentheses, like Antico Square, held by public and private owners. Transforming this large contaminated flood-prone area into a greenway and park is a long-term and ambitious task, but has the opportunity to substantially transform both the natural environment as well as neighborhoods surrounding the creek. This is a win for Trenton. We can create a state-of-the-art recreational facility for the kids that live in this city. And frankly, I hope that it does bring in kids from other places as well. I think it would be a benefit for our neighborhood and for the people that live in the immediate vicinity if there were eyes on the street, if there were people within the park utilizing the skate park. And, what is the cost right now to a dilapidated, vacant, contaminated site? What does it cost us to maintain and monitor right now? Sure, we need to figure out security and we need to figure out, a maintenance plan. But the very first step is to fix what is currently an eyesore and to make a place that kids can utilize, whether they live in the city of Trenton, many skateboarders do, or if they're coming in from surrounding communities, which would also be a benefit. So thank you for supporting this, and thank you to all the residents who've been advocating for this for the last decade.
Mr.
Hello?
Conlon, I would like to ask Mr. Conlon.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
would like to ask Mr. Lee C. to cut his camera off, please.
Who is that, Council President?
The name on, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Go right ahead.
Council President, I believe next is Ms. Lori Johansson.
Go right ahead, Mr. Hanson.
Hi there. Thank you so much, Council, for having this meeting. I just want to, my name is Lori Johansson. I live on West Street in Trenton, and I just wanted to voice my support for the Antico Square skate park. It's definitely a wonderful resource for kids. I mean, I've gone to when they had the pop-up skate park in Sunny Vereen Park, and they gave away boards, and a lot of the kids, it was their first introduction to skateboarding, and they were really happy about it. Same thing at Ciclovia. They had a pop-up mini ramp there, and also at the Freedom Skate Park, which takes place in the Wireworks building in the winter. And there's just so many kids that come out to these things, and they're all so excited. And thank you, Jake and Freedom, for giving away boards to kids, because every single time they're so excited about it. Also, Sprout U of the Arts with Miss Danielle. She's brought the kids out from that school, and they just have such a good time. So it really is on all these different youth panels, time and time again, I'm hearing kids ask for unstructured recreational activities. And like Caitlin Fair mentioned, this has been shown to prevent youth violence. It's even in this civic playbook, which in strategy 2.1.7, increased number of non-structured activities actually helps to prevent youth violence. And it's accessible to kids once they have a skateboard. That is really all they need. And like I said, they've been giving out skateboards in town. There's skateboarders everywhere. Even I was at the Juneteenth celebration at the Children's Literacy Village, and I met a couple people that are skateboarders there and told them about it and showed them pictures of the skate park that might happen, and they're all really excited about it. So as far as how many skateboarders are in town, there's a lot of them. There's always, I ride my bike everywhere, and there's always skaters all over. So yeah, and having, either way, kids are going to skate, but this would provide them an actual safe location to skate and to have that, they don't need to do a program. They can just have this like unstructured fun, which is what they're really, really looking for. So I just wanted to say all that. I have seen how much skateboarding has had an impact on the youth in the city, just by going out and helping to teach kids skate and everything. So I just really I hope that you will support this and really see the value in it, because like it's been mentioned so many times right now, it's just a dangerous site that lots of people will illegally dump in. So that's it. Thank you so much for hearing me out, and I really hope you vote for this initiative. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello? Hello?
Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Hello,
ma'am.
Miss Horn? This is Miss
Council
Horn.
President, Ms. Horn.
Yes, go right ahead, Ms. Horn.
Ms. Horn,
Yes, thank you very much. I'd just like to say I've been a coach with Little League Baseball for the last 20 years. I've also assisted with the basketball coaches and football coaches. Having to speak, I've done some research on this, and I've talked to the kids. I've been active with the kids, involved with the kids. So it should be more about what our youth can venture into as far as having a safe haven, and I concur with Ms. Garrett about the safety part, but more so with them having, as far as our inner city youth, the focus should be with our inner city youth, because this is Trenton. And so their activities are based on baseball, football, basketball, and track. That's what we do here in the inner city. And that's what keeps the kids occupied and keeping them in a safe haven in their own areas. I'm not against others coming from other areas and venturing into utilizing what we can put at Antico Square. I also have people, family that live on Tyrell Avenue. I can name every street in East Trenton on that side of Antico Square. I was a past resident of East Trenton, so I know the area very well. Right now, here and today, we don't have a lot of venturing with kids going into other areas. For whatever reason, their parents keep them home or they just stay in their own area. But to have this, and just like to say, we all want this Antico Square cleaned up and to have something viable in that space and area. So it's not about the cleanup. I'm sure we want the whole city cleaned up, okay, to make it real. The whole city can be cleaned up. But we're talking about Antico Square now. So as far as the skate park, if I'm wrong, I just have to be corrected. Do we not already have a skate park or a building here in the city of Trenton? But we do not have an inside building where kids can go when rain and the weather's bad to practice baseball, inside football, or inside track. We do not have that. And that's what our kids are about here in the city of Trenton. That's what we're about. I did my research, and that's what they would like to have seen there at Antico Square. So I'm not adverse to people saying people can come from the outside, but I do believe we should focus on our inner city kids first, because this is Trenton, and we should be more involved with our kids of what their needs are. And those are the three needs. And if we could make it so we can venture into having it all together, that's fine. But those three are the focus of our inner city kids right now. And so, as I want to say again, we're all involved with cleaning up the city of Trenton, and we would like to have that site cleaned up. I don't believe that is what everybody is against. That's not what everybody's saying, if I may say so. We like to have that site cleaned up. But we would also like to focus on what our inner city kids are into today, and that's football, baseball, and basketball. If we had an inside facility for them to go in and practice in that area, that would be great. So I want to thank you for your time, and thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Mr. Conlon?
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, elect Council President, Mr. Michael Rinaldo.
Go right ahead, Mr. Rinaldo. Sir?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'll keep the comment brief. I just want to echo what many people have said before me, that I think this would be a wonderful addition to the city. We're starved for recreational activities for kids in Trenton, and I saw the plans for it. I think it would be a beautiful facility, providing that we can responsibly manage liability and upkeep. I think those are two important issues. But on the whole, I think it would be a wonderful addition to the city. And speaking to the comment right before me, there is a relatively new facility on, I believe it's Spruce Street, I want to say. It's an indoor bubble, and they do all sorts of sports there. I play soccer there in the wintertime, so I know quite a bit about it. It's very large. So there is a nearby indoor facility that can accommodate those types of sports for Trenton youth. So just keep that in mind. But to sum it up, I just think it would be a wonderful addition to the city. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Conlon?
Ladies and gentlemen, is there anybody else who wishes to be recognized for the public hearing for the Antico Park redevelopment project? We have Ms. Sonia Cezenia.
Mrs. Cezenia, go right ahead.
Hi, thank you for having me. I just also want to echo my support for this project and the skate park at Antico Square. I do a lot of work around bicycling in the city, and I often see skateboarders all over the city in different places. And I think providing a safe space to really, hone your skills and learn how to skateboard and have that kind of place for the community to come together will be an incredible improvement. I think there's demonstrated programs and opportunities where you could see that a lot of kids in Trenton do want to learn how to skateboard and are skateboarding, and providing a safe place would be great to do that. I also just think this project will be a great addition and an excellent thing to have in the East Trenton neighborhood. So thank you for considering it. I hope you all support it.
Thank you. Mr. Conlon?
Yes, ma'am. Next we have,
make a skateboard thing, whatever they're doing.
okay, if we could find that person, please, thank you. Council President, next we have, my apologies, Crystal Feliciano.
Go right ahead, Ms. Feliciano.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you so much. Good evening, Council. I just would like to say that I think that the skate park in Amtico Square is a great idea. Being an educator in the school system, I know how important it is, right, like most of us, to have recreational activities for the children. They've been starving for it and wanting something to do. And while I do understand and respect Ms. Horn's thoughts about, the basketball and football and everything, and all of that is true, if we could just start one place at a time. We have room and time to grow and have other projects that we can have come to the forefront to help the youth. But, instead of us, standing still, let's just move forward and just take things that would be good and utilize it in that time. The kids need it. It's something positive. For those that don't know how to skate or skateboard, they can learn. And that's what it's all about, right? Stepping outside of our comfort zone and experiencing something new. So I'm in full support of this. I think it would be a great and wonderful idea, and I hope that you all will consider it. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Conlon?
Yes, Mr. Wills Kinsley.
Yes, hello, Council. Thank you so much. I just wanted to pop in and say I really appreciate everyone's comments thus far, and also note, having been involved with the planning, for many years, over 5, close to 10 years, that this site is one of a couple that residents have looked at for a possible skate park, and this area in particular would make a great concrete park, which is the lowest maintenance of all the different types of skate parks. And it's also a great use for this space because that is in a floodplain. So you can't really add any more building to it. And it wouldn't work for a grass sports court. So we have a space that would work particularly well for a concrete park. And I think that's where you see all this energy coming from and this excitement about getting this funded. And I would say that the residents of Trenton are ready to work. This is the beginning. We've been at it for a while, but it's definitely going to be a long process, and we understand that. And I'd also like to say that the design phase will be inclusive of the community's input. I mean, the designers of the park and the designers of the whole greenway don't want to make anything that no one wants to come to or no one wants to be at. So I would say, we're ready to work. And I also see in that plan the basketball courts and the courts for futsal and even bicycle polo. So I think that we are poised to have an amazing area that, has a skate park in it, but also has these other amenities, and will be close to a small, amazing museum for African-American soldiers, a cemetery right there. So I'd say, let's apply for the grant and let's see what happens. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. Mr. Conlon?
Ladies and gentlemen, does anybody else wish to be recognized for the public hearing on the Amtico Square Park development area? Please speak up now.
Yes, my name is Faith Ann Pearson.
Council President Faith Ann Pearson.
Yes, Ms. Pearson.
Yes, I'm hoping that you all would pass this because, like all they said, but I'll make it real short and group it up into one big thing. It will get the children in the neighborhood a place to go, which would keep them out of getting into trouble. I don't see any trouble forming from this as long as the parents and the others around keep their cool. So this way, no one gets damaged or their reputations are not abrupted. I'm hoping you do go ahead and pass this because the city is in dire need of a place for the children of the city, along with Mercer County, to go to so that this way they don't do what they're doing now by getting into trouble. The gun violence and all this, I hope, would drop drastically once something like this opens up. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr.
Anyone?
Conlon?
Yes, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the public hearing for Chico Square Park redevelopment. If you would like to speak up, please speak up now prior to the close of the public hearing.
If there's no,
A-M-E-T, R-A.
go right ahead, Ms. Ross.
I'm with the Trenton Anti-Violence Coalition. I think it's a really great idea that, the city and developers are considering making a recreational area for our youth. I think it's a great idea, but I do agree a little with, I think it was Ms. Horn who was voicing some concern about it just being a skate park, and that most of our youth in the city, I would say the majority of our youth do not skateboard, but I mean a skate park or recreational park sounds great. So those would be my only concerns, that it is definitely inclusive of the youth in the city and not as like an attraction for people to come from outside of the city. But I think it's a fabulous idea, and I hope it passes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the public hearing for Antico Square Park redevelopment. Grant, if you would like to speak up, please speak now. Ladies and gentlemen, does anybody else wish to be recognized by the council president to speak for the public hearing?
Yes, Jeannie Davis.
Yes, Ms. Davis.
I would like to support the grant for Antico Square Park. It will be a dynamic addition. In addition, we also were pop-ups at Swimming Marine. We were able to get national attention from ABC News, and we had a professional skateboarder. I believe if we're able to get the grant, we'll continue to get that national attention, and it'll sustain the future use of that space. Even though a lot of our young people are most attracted to other sports, I believe that the skateboard park will allow us to, for expose our young people to different types of recreational activities. And it will be an enhancement to our healthy plans on obesity, recreational activity, and be inclusive of families. So that is why I would encourage supporting the Antico Square.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, does anybody else wish to speak for the public hearing for Antico Square Park redevelopment?
I move to close the public portion.
I have a motion by Council President McBride to close public portion. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Mr. Harrison. All in favor?
Aye.
Need one more.
Aye.
Aye.
I have four, so that is all in favor. Any opposed? Seeing none opposed, the public hearing is closed. Council President, would you like to proceed to docket review?
Yes, please.
Okay, Council President, noted. I am happy to report that we have started working on minutes now. Again, we have hired someone in the clerk's office. We should have minutes for you next meeting. There are 19 communications and petitions on the docket for your review and for any comment you may have at the council meeting. There will be no reports from the clerk's office. The reports were given at the first meeting of the month. Moving to second readings and public hearings. There will be two public hearings. One for 21-013, an ordinance authorizing acceptance of a gift of certain real properties adjacent to Edgewood Avenue Park, known as Block 2202, Lot 47, Block 2701, Lot 4. This will be roll call because it's an ordinance. The floor is open to comment. Council President, would you like me to proceed?
Yes.
Next, we have for second reading and public hearing, ordinance 21-015, an ordinance authorizing the the sale of city-owned property identified on the city tax map as 1211 East State Street, block 26801, lot 4, pursuant to NJSA 40:Cap A 12-13B5 to Santander Bank N.A. for the sum of $25,500. This must be roll called as it's an ordinance. The floor is open for comment. Council President, would you like me to proceed?
Yes, please.
Next, we have resolution from the city clerk's office.
Council President?
Yes.
Hello, Council President?
Yes.
Those two resolutions that I'm going to walk on, am I doing them at the end of the meeting? I figured I'd ask.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll put them up on the screen at the end of the meeting if the Council President would like to, unless you would like to do them now.
Don't go on.
Yeah, we can do it now if you want.
Council President indicated she'd like to do them at the end of the meeting. Is that correct, ma'am?
Yes.
Okay, next from the clerk's office, we have resolution 21-257, a resolution supporting Assembly Bill 4526, which establishes the requirements for the use of deadly force. The floor is open.
Councilman Blakely, would you like to speak to this resolution?
Give me 1 second. I'm pulling up my agenda. Could you come back to this one, please, or to the next few ones? I'm pulling up my agenda right now.
Okay, the next three, I believe they're both yours. So anyways.
Yes, come back. Okay. Excuse me, I can't. There's some. If you can come back to those, please, I would really appreciate it.
Okay, so we're going to go on to 21-301 because the next three are the three that is being sponsored by the councilman, and he said come back to him. So we'll move to 21-301. Is that correct, Mr. Conlon?
Yes, ma'am. Hold on, let me just make my notes. So we're laying those on the table, and then we will return to those. Next, we have resolution 21-301, a resolution disapproving the mayor's removal of Police Director Sheila Coley pursuant to NJSA 40:69AC. And a late amendment was sent, which was submitted to the council. So it should be in the updated package sent out this afternoon. Floor is open.
Yes. Councilwoman Vaughn, did you like to speak to this?
Yeah, I thought that this was going to be heard on Thursday.
It is, ma'am. Well, this is docket review. It's on the agenda.
Oh, I see. Okay. No, yes, Council President, I would like to speak to it, but very briefly. And although I'm the council person who put this forward, but this is the issue that I believe concerns the whole entire city and should also concern the entire council. The mayor proceeded to terminate a director of the city who have received advice and consent from the council, and there's a process that has to be followed in order for a termination to take effect. And in this case, Police Director Coley was not afforded those processes. As the resolution states, chronologically, the first event happened on Wednesday, June 9th. The mayor publicly put a press release out that he terminated the director without first and foremost notifying the council in written form. The council was not aware, but by statute, the council must be notified before the mayor executes a termination of any director. And also, DCA, we're still, unfortunately, but nonetheless, we are still under the terms of the MOU. The New Jersey Department of Community Affairs provides oversight to the city. And one of the terms of one of the provisions in that agreement is that if there's a termination of a director at that level, the mayor must get approval and must outline the cause, the reasons for his termination. It was found or discovered that the mayor did not get that approval. And one of the individuals that he potentially is putting up to replace her was not approved by DCA due to a lack of qualifications. So these are the issues that we're going to be discussing on Thursday as part of this resolution and as part of a RICE notification that was sent to the director for her to come in front of the council and for the council to give her an opportunity for due process and to be heard. So, and that's what this resolution is about. And that's all I have to say about that.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak to this? Seeing none, this would be roll call.
Yes, ma'am. My apologies, excuse me. Next, we have Resolution 21-302, resolution amending the 2021-2022 scheduled meetings of the City Council, ABC Board, and Board of Health of the City of Trenton. Floor is open.
Yes, Mr. Collin, could you explain to the public the reason that we're moving the
Sure. So
to the Monday briefly?
yeah, we did a schedule that was based loosely on last year's schedule. We did it, and we had actually contemplated amending it. That's why we passed it on June 10th. This is the end of year for the new meeting schedule for the calendar. Council has only one meeting in July and one meeting in August, and it should be either on the first Thursday or the third Thursday of the month. So we moved it to the proper meeting date for both the July and August meetings. It was also, when I first did the agenda, there were 4 conflicts between the ABC meeting and the conference session, so those meetings were moved accordingly to facilitate both the ABC board meetings and the conference sessions on different days. So that was
and
required.
Also speak to the holiday date being moved.
Which holiday date are you talking about?
The 4th of July.
Okay,
and you have to move it based on the law.
Yeah, we are going to have for walk-on tonight or for walk-on for Thursday, a resolution that is going to change the July 2nd holiday, which the city had initially given the employees off, to July 5th in pursuant to federal law. Unfortunately, or not unfortunately, but the way it works is if a holiday falls on a Saturday, the holiday given off is on a Friday. If it falls on a Sunday, the holiday given off is on a Monday. Monday is a federal holiday. The city inadvertently gave Friday off, and if they require the employees to work on Monday, they would actually have to pay them double time, which would be hundreds of thousands of dollars. So we're moving the holiday back to where it properly belongs, which is on the Monday, and the Friday will actually be a work day. So it's just correcting a mistake that was made last year sometime. But if the employees report to work that day, you have to pay them double time is the big issue. So with that that's a walk-on that's also proposed for Thursday. I'll show that on the screen later and read it into the record if you are going to allow that to be walked on.
All righty.
With regard to 21-302, how did you want to proceed, ma'am?
Yes, that could be part of the consent agenda.
Yes. Next, we have resolutions from the Department of Administration, Academy Cruz Business Administrator. First, we have Resolution 21-223, a resolution awarding a contract to a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap H 20.4 ETSEC to Millennium Strategies LLC for professional consulting services in grant writing for a period of 1 year from March 1st, 2021 to February 28, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $60,000 and $5,000 per month through RFP 2021-03. Floor is open.
Council President, can we roll call that, please?
Yes, yes, we can.
Madam President, if I may say something, Adam Cruz, Business Administrator.
Yes, go right ahead.
Well, I do have a question. I mean,
Okay, well, Mr. Cruz, could you wait, and I will allow you the opportunity to speak after the council
No problem.
has
Thank you.
had an ability.
I mean, okay, so number one, I would like it to be roll call. And I would like Mr. Cruz to answer the question as to why are we contracting out the function of grant writing when we do have that expertise in-house. And since we already have that expertise in-house within the city of Trenton with a qualified grant writer, I know there's a few, but shouldn't this be an opportunity to hire more grant writers within the city instead of a $60,000, $5,000 per month contract? So that's what my question is, and I don't quite understand why we're going outsourcing again. And I don't know who this company is. I'm sure they're not in Trenton. So again, the question is, why not hire and recruit within Trenton? Grant writing, we have a lot of young people who are in the job market, who have recently graduated undergraduate institutions and are living in Trenton. Grant writing and writing is a skill set that most college graduates have, and I think we could employ them, considering now we have funding from the federal government from the Rescue Act plan. This is an opportunity for us to build our workforce, which is one of the components of the Rescue Act plan and some of the guidance, right? So why are we, again, given a $60,000 contract for grant writing when we already have this competency, this expertise within City Hall? All we have to do is expand it and start recruiting and giving those jobs and the Trentonians and build out our workforce. So, Mr. Cruz, can you explain to me why we need to go out to get this expertise?
Okay, before I let Mr. Cruz have the floor, I want to hear from Councilman Rodriguez, and then I'll come to you, Mr. Cruz.
Thank you. Well, my question was going to be, is this going to be for the whole city or just for the administration? Grant writing for all the departments or just for the Department of Administration? That's my question.
So, Mr. Cruz, if you would please address Councilwoman Vaughn's questions first, and then Councilman Rodriguez's. Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Thank you, Madam President. Good evening, everyone. The question as to why aren't we hiring an individual to actually perform the duties of a grant writer? It's a simple answer. The fact that when you hire a company, you are actually hiring an entire company, not one individual. So this company has several people. Yes, they do assign one person to be our contact individual, but we have a pool of knowledge within that entity, and for us to be paying $60,000 a year is really not a large number when you see what we're getting back when we are applying for grants. So far, only in the last 12 months, this company has brought the city $6.4 million in return. So when we talk about $5,000 a month or $60,000 a year, I mean, it's a very simple math. I mean, the percentage doesn't equate to anything. $6.4 million is a huge amount of money for an entity to be getting from a company that is actually charging the city $60,000. As far as Councilman Santiago Rodriguez's question, Councilman, can you ask the question again?
Well, I know that you said that we don't have the knowledge in the city, so that's why you are bringing outsiders, because we do not have the knowledge. But I wanted to know if this was going to cover the whole city or the department, yes, or just administration.
Yes, Councilman, thank you. Thank you for the reminder. That is correct. The Department of Administration actually is the one that oversees the contract, but it's for the entire city. So it covers police, fire, health and human services, DPW. DPW does Department of Transportation. We do
Parks and Recreation.
Parks and Recreations. Yes.
Recreation also, so
Yes.
that we can get rid of BRS. Okay, thank you.
Well, BRS has a different function, but as far as grant writing is the one individual.
I got your answer. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, sir.
Council President, I just have one follow-up.
Yes.
It's Robin Vaughn. So, Mr. Cruz, you said that this company, so they already have a contract with the city?
That is correct. In the last 12 months that they have been executing with the city, they brought the city $6.4 million, Councilwoman.
Okay, when you said return on investment, so what made up that $6.4 million?
What I did is I asked the person who oversees the contract to provide me a number of a total number, but I can easily break it down for you, Councilwoman, and provide it to council.
Okay, so yeah, so when you say, you mean they were able to, when you say return on investment, they were able to bring revenue into the city, or were they just able to fill out a grant application and get a grant approval? That is a grant worth a total of $6.4 million.
They have successfully submitted applications that have rendered the city $6.4 million in awards.
Okay, and where is this Millennium Strategies located?
Let me look at the resolution, Councilwoman. Give me 1 second. They are located in Morristown, New Jersey.
And Morristown or Morristown?
Morristown.
You mean in North Jersey? And is that Passaic County?
I don't know.
Or Morris County? It's Morris County, right?
I don't know.
Okay, so that's way up in North Jersey. When I say way up in North Jersey, so we couldn't find a grant writer within our contiguous borders.
So,
we got to go all the way up to Morris County. That's above Essex County. I don't get it. So Mr. Cruz, so it's a roll call. We want to move on. Give me the information. Particularly, can you give me the other bids of the other companies or organizations that apply for this this contract? Were there other bids?
Councilwoman, I believe they were attached to your to the resolution.
Okay. So I don't see how we need to go all the way up to Morris County to get a grant writer. So I'm glad that they were able to write grants and get approvals, but we have other grant writers in the city and the police department who's been very successful over the years. Alexa Dorlacker. We got Nikki Mosgrove. So there's a lot of grant writers in the city of Trenton that have been successful. So I want to hear about their track records and how much revenue they were able to bring. But more importantly, I'm going to look at those bids, and I just can't support a grant writer. Comes a dime a dozen. So we can find somebody in Trenton and/or within Mercer County, Ewing, Hamilton, or Lawrence, or Princeton, whatever, to be a grant writer. We don't have to go all the way up to Morris County. Thank you.
All right. And Madam President, just to clarify the record, the fourth whereas of the resolution says that it's a one-year contract for a period of July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2022, and that is the corrected date as we discussed in the docket.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You may continue, Mr. Conlon. That will be roll call.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-2. Before we go forward, I didn't know if Mr. Blakely was ready and if you wanted to return to those.
Yes, I am.
Council President, would you like to return to prior dog guide?
Yes, if he's ready, we'll go back to his
So we're going to remove those items from the table. Next, we have Resolution 21-257, a resolution supporting Assembly Bill 4526, which establishes the requirements for the use of deadly force.
Okay, so thank you so much, President McBride, for giving me the floor to discuss these important pending bills in the New Jersey General Assembly. These are a few bills that deal with police accountability, and they all are sponsored. They all are primary sponsors.
Mr. Councilman Blakely, I can't hear because there's any feedback from other phones or
Mr. Conlon, can you make sure that they're muted?
There's a lot of people. I'm trying to take notes, so IT is going to have to help. I know there's a lot of people in here, so we're trying to mute them as fast as possible, ma'am.
And we should not have to keep repeating the same slogan. Please mute yourselves if you're not a part of the council so that we can get through the business of the city. I appreciate it.
All right, I am going to continue. So these bills have to deal with increasing police accountability. They have been sponsored by a number of members of the Legislative Black Caucus in the New Jersey legislature. All of these bills have been primary sponsored by our Assemblywoman, Relina Reynolds-Jackson, and I implore my colleagues to support these three bills in particular that deal with police accountability. The bill A4526 establishes requirements for use of deadly force. It would provide that the use of deadly force may not be used to prevent the escape of a person charged or convicted of a crime. Also, it would eliminate making an arrest or preventing an arrest as justification for the use of deadly force. The only justification would be if there is an imminent threat of deadly force to the person using force of a third party. And so I think that this is a really important bill that would ensure that police officers and other law enforcement officers are only using deadly force when absolutely necessary. Every life is is important, and I want to make sure that I support this bill because it ensures that deadly force is only used when absolutely appropriate. And so I implore you all to support this much necessary legislation. To move on to the next resolution.
Madam President?
Yes, Councilman Rodriguez.
Yes, I concur with Councilman Blakely on this. Also, I have to add that these three resolutions were passed by our Mercer County Board of Commissions already a while back, a month ago. So it is an issue that has been is in front of the Assembly. It's going to go through the Assembly and the Senate, and it is very beneficial for us in the inner cities, our black and brown populations, which are most of the time victims of police brutality and abuse. I'm not saying that is a general practice, but it's happening, and these bills are dealing with that issue. So I will be supporting these three resolutions.
All righty, so he was going down them one by one. All righty, so Councilman Blakely, will you continue with 21-258, please?
Before we go, this is 57 consent or roll call, ma'am?
It can be a roll call based on the
content. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
We can go to supporting A4282.
Okay. This is Resolution 21-258, a resolution supporting Assembly Bill 4284, which establishes a crime if a law enforcement officer uses prohibited tactics for the purpose of choking another person.
Okay, thank you so much. This has been called the George Floyd bill. It would establish a crime of strangulation chokehold if a law enforcement officer uses prohibited tactics for the purposes of choking another person. It would ban and criminalize chokeholds of the sort that led to the death of George Floyd. And I would hope that my colleagues support this really important bill.
Is there any questions for any of the council members? Seeing no questions.
I would just say that the council president, I'm sorry, for Alvin Vaughn.
Go right ahead, Councilman.
Yeah, of course, I concur. I concur with Santiago Rodriguez, Councilman Rodriguez, and also I will be supporting this legislation that Councilman Blakely is working to get the council to adopt in our city code and in our municipality. I will be supporting it 100%. It goes a long way toward our goals as a country and as a city and in the state to police department reform, criminal justice reform, and equality and equity and fair application of the law by our police department and how they serve people of color. So I will, and of course, we had recent issues with our police department. Certain officers have been accused of or allegedly have applied force to citizens of recent times. So we want to make sure that this legislation gets passed and that we are, and our police department is adhering to it. So I will be supporting this. And thank you very much, Councilman Blakely, for bringing it forward for our consideration.
Thank
you. Councilman Blakely, would you like to move on to 21-260?
Yeah, just 1 second, ma'am. How would you like to proceed with 21-25?
We want to roll call all three of them, Mr. Conlon.
Yes, ma'am. Just wanted to make sure.
I want the councilman to be able to explain to the public and to the council why they're here on the docket.
Next, we have Resolution 21-260, resolution supporting Assembly Bill 5301, which requires access to law enforcement disciplinary records to be considered government records and shall be made available for public access.
Thank you so much. And so this bill or this resolution would support Assembly Bill 5301 that would require that disciplinary records, law enforcement officers shall be considered government records and shall be made available for public access. I believe that sunlight is the best disinfectant. I also believe that police officers should have their disciplinary records available to the public. Quite frankly, the current disciplinary process is a dark hole where residents are unaware of what happens to police officers who are disciplined. And I believe that it would be prudent for taxpayers who pay the salaries of law enforcement officers. They should have the ability to view their disciplinary records, and they should be public. I think it is fortunate that these records are going down a dark hole that we never see. And I think that, as I mentioned, sunlight is the best disinfectant. And I think that this is a common sense bill that would increase police accountability and would provide us with the opportunity to hold or be aware of officers who have problem records. I believe this is something that even a law enforcement officer should support, because it would really allow folks to see who so-called problem officers are. And I think that this bill is something that we should all support in terms of its passage. And that's why I'm offering for consideration for this council meeting. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
President?
Yes, Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson.
Yes, I want everybody to know, I would encourage all my colleagues to support this very necessary and overdue legislation. And I want to thank the councilman for working with our legislator, Ms. Valina Reynolds-Jackson, to bring it to the attention of the Trentonians. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council President?
Yes, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Yeah, again, of course, I don't want to be redundant, but I support all three pieces of legislation. I'll be voting in the affirmative for their passing. One thing I want to say about the release of the discipline records, I don't know if our Mr. West Bridges is on the line, but I believe of recent times, maybe within the last 2 weeks, the Supreme Court New Jersey did rule that that the Attorney General, Gubir Grewal, can now release those records of police officers who have a history of discipline issues or performance issue on the force. Is that correct, Mr. Bridges?
That is correct. There is a process, though, however, in place. It's not as easy as simply releasing them. They have to be first vetted to make sure they fall within the confines of the parameters of those release documents. They first go through the county, and then ultimately they are elevated up through the Attorney General's office, where they'll be made accessible to the public. But that is correct, but provided the process as follows.
Yep. Thank you. That's all. Thank you, Councilman Blakely.
Alrighty. Mr. Collins, we may continue with...
Council President McBride?
Yes.
I just wanted to also, I know that Councilman Rodriguez was interested in supporting in terms of authoring these resolutions. So if he doesn't mind, I wouldn't mind adding him as a co-sponsor to this, if he doesn't mind.
Well, I will gladly do it.
Thank you.
Alrighty. We may continue to 21-261.
Yes, Council President. Next, we have Resolution 21-261, a resolution awarding a contract to Dell Inc. to purchase Microsoft Office 365 license awarded through New Jersey State Contract Number M-0003-89850 for a period of 1 year from May 31st, 2021 to May 30th, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $241,357.
This is open to the floor. Does anyone have any questions in reference to this resolution? If not, we'll move it to we'll move it to the consent agenda. And move on to 21-262. Mr. Collins.
Yeah, I'm trying to mute people as we go along. So with the person at 609-433-7223, please stop unmuting yourself because you're giving lots of feedback. It's interfering with the meeting. I keep muting, you keep unmuting. Please do not unmute yourself again until you are recognized by the council. Thank you. Next, we have Resolution 21-262, a resolution exercising the option to extend the contract for an additional 1 year to She International, awarded through state contract number M-0003-89851, to purchase software, license, maintenance, support, and related services to be able to digitize, to improve efficiency and reduce physical contact from June 1st, 2021 to May 31st, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $27,078.70. The floor is open.
If there's no questions, we can move this to the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. And once again, the person at the extension, please, I'm going to mute you again. Please don't unmute yourself again. This is 21-264, a resolution authorizing a contract to She International Corp. for the purchase of a cloud-based management platform and maintenance through the New Jersey State Contract Number M-0003-89851 for a period of 1 year from May 15, 2021 to May 14, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $118,656.00. Floor is open.
If there's no questions, yes, go right ahead, Councilman Rodriguez.
Is this a new contract? As I see the same company with two different contracts here. Also, we have an IT group in the basement. I thought they were going to be working with these issues. That's what we are in the city for. Clouds and stuff, and 365 and stuff. I thought that was going to be done through our IT team.
So that would have to be answered by Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz,
Matt-
can you address that?
Madam President, if I may.
This is Mr. Collins.
Yes, this is Colin Cherry.
Mhm.
Councilman, the company SHI is the state contract reseller for this company, and this particular resolution is for GovPilot. That is a program we use for Oprah. We also use it for our citations in the Department of Inspections, and they do a lot of things for us. So the reason you see SHI a couple of times is because they are the state contract vendor that actually resells much of these software systems.
Madam President, I understand that in the past we had a lot of problems with accessing this gov thing, the resident to get through. Was that resolved?
Mr. Cherry?
I believe that all the public-facing functions are currently working. However, if a resident does have an issue with some function that they've been trying to utilize, they're absolutely welcome to reach out to the department that they were trying to contact. Many departments use this software now, so there are occasional glitches in any program, but as far as I understand right this moment, assuming we renew our contract, everything that we have deployed is currently functional.
Thank you.
Council President?
Yes, hold on for a minute, Councilwoman. Councilman Rodriguez, did you want to allow it to be a part of the consent agenda, or did you want to roll call?
Oh, no, let's roll call it anyway.
Roll call it? Okay. All righty. So, Councilwoman Vaughn?
Yeah, same line of questioning of Councilman Rodriguez. So this company, we do have a very competent organization that we contracted with last year that does technology support, and they do support, I believe they do support support our platform and all the applications that run on the platform, on the city platform and the city network. So why are we, I can understand going to SHI International for the software licenses, right, for 360, Microsoft 365, and for the cloud-based platform. But why would we need to use them for maintenance and support, right? Shouldn't that be the current technology group that we are contracted with, along with Mr. Rivera, the CTO, the Chief Technology Officer? So why are we paying for maintenance and support with the SHI group? And maintenance and support should be internal, correct? Why not just purchase the licenses?
Madam President, may I?
Yes, Mr. Cherry, go right ahead.
Thank you. This software system, GovPilot, is a software as a service. So we are essentially purchasing a subscription for a software system that is run on servers outside of our environment. So if we have a problem with the software system, we go to the company to resolve it. It's not we're not purchasing the system and then hosting it on our own servers. It's hosted and lives entirely in the cloud and is maintained by the company GovPilot. So our staff, while they can help our end users, you know, if you had a question on how to do something, they could help you with that. But in terms of actually maintaining the software itself, that has to be done by the company.
Okay. Well, but what it says here, though, in Resolution 21264, it says it's kind of confusing and it's not clear, Mr. Cherry, because it says for the purchase of a cloud-based management platform. That doesn't speak to software. I mean, cloud-based, management platform, I'm thinking of a network or of sorts, or a server of sorts that you're purchasing, not the application, I mean, maybe you should clear that up because it says for the purchase of a cloud-based management platform and maintenance.
Yes, we are purchasing this cloud-based management platform, and we are purchasing maintenance thereof. In the body, in the second whereas, it names it as GovPilot, and
Okay, all right.
you know, it lists that, and then the pricing in the body of the resolution.
Okay. Well, it should probably read the purchase of a software application that is cloud-based. I don't know. You know, it definitely, this resolution definitely doesn't really, okay. The summary doesn't say that, but anyway, that's what I'm looking at. But anyways, roll call, please, as Santiago Rodriguez just requested. Thank you.
Alrighty. Mr. Collins, you may move on to the next resolution.
Next, we have Resolution 21-265, a resolution awarding a contract through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A -20.4 et sec to Mark Gialella for telecommunication services in an amount not to exceed $120,000 for a period of 1 year from June 11, 2021 to June 10, 2022 through RFP 2021-23.
I thought this failed.
Council President?
Yes, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Did somebody else want, okay. Anyway, can we roll call this? The reason why I recall this contract, and it seems like, is this individual the only individual that's ever get this contract? He's been getting this contract for years. Year after year after year. I mean, and here, are the bids attached to the resolution? Did we get other bids other than from Mark Gialella?
Madam President, this is Colin Cherry.
Yes, Mr. Cherry, go right ahead.
It's in the second whereas, Councilwoman, but we only received one proposal. For the last, I believe, at least 3 or 4 years, this has been the only proposal that we've received. So if you do know someone that has telecommunications experience, we would absolutely encourage more respondents.
I am almost certain. This is a continuing theme across our city government here. We see the same. I mean, I'm all for fair and open, and I don't want to take any opportunities from Mr. Gialella. I think I went to high school with him. But anyways, I don't want to take any opportunities, but I want to make sure the process is fair and open, and that the city of Trenton, the administration is really advertising these opportunities to the public, because a red flag goes up when the same, I'm just looking at the docket, and I remember I only been on council for, this is my 3rd year, and each year this is the same person who got this contract. And our purchasing department, our procurement department should be, vetting these things, right? And there should be a red flag. I mean, if I remember, I'm not, I don't work in the city, but this shouldn't happen, because it's just this gentleman is on rotation. I mean, and there's no other. That's a red flag. That means that you have to do better outreach and better advertising mechanisms to get the word out, that to capture interest of other vendors. Telecommunication is a big business, right? It's a big sector, so I'm sure there's a lot of businesses out there that would be interested in this contract, and I'm sure Mark Gialella could compete fairly with those other companies or organizations. So, yeah, can we roll call this, please? And I would like to hear from Isabella as to how she's ensuring that that advertisement is done, that we're casting a wide net when we advertise these bids, because I talk to business owners all the time and they say they're not seeing these proposals out there on the city's website. So that's a concern, and that goes to Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz, this doesn't make any sense that it's the same vendor year after year getting the contract, and he's the only person that's applying to it. Then maybe we need to reword the RFP. Maybe we need to do something, but to give it to the same person every year, this doesn't make sense.
All right, Madam President.
Yes, Mr. Cruz.
Hi, thank you, Madam President. I just want to say, first I want to send a message out to everybody listening to this meeting, not just Councilwoman Vaughn, but everyone there. And, you know, if anybody watches it afterwards, the city follows contract procurement as required by New Jersey local public contract law. We advertise just as required by the state. This contract and any other contract, whatever the requirement is, according with the New Jersey local public contract law, that is actually what we do. So we are not doing an unfair advantage on anyone, whether they've been bidding for 20 years or they're only bidding for the first time. Everyone is afforded the opportunity from the tip of Cape May all the way up to High Point, New Jersey. Everyone gets to see the RFP at the same time, and everyone gets the same opportunity to submit the RFP by a deadline. Then the bid is open publicly as required by law. So there is no unfair advantage towards anyone. And I just want to say that the gentleman who owns the company has served the city well, and I want to thank him for his service. Thank you, Madam President.
Mr. Collins, that's going to be a roll call, then we can continue to 21-269.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-269, resolution authorizing the execution of a collective bargaining agreement between the City of Trenton and Local 2281 AFSCME, American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, AFL-CIO. Floor is open.
Madam President?
Yes, go right ahead.
I was looking behind it. Is the contract in the background of this? Do we get to see that contract?
Mr. Collins, is the contract attached? Let me pull my paperwork up.
Yeah, I'm taking a look now. I can't recall. The contract is not attached. There's a
memorandum. See any background.
Yeah, there are certain provisions in there. It's actually signed by Edmund Johnson, the president. So there is actually a contract signed and attached. It's just to approve. So yes, there is. Memorandum of Agreement between the City of Trenton, Local 2281, American Federation of State, Council, and Municipal Employees, and it's pages 2, 3, 4, and 5 of the backup. And actually page 3 looks like an accidental insert from something else. So it's actually pages 2, 4, and 5 of the backup. So if council members will look at their backup received, once again, it's pages 2, 4, and 5.
That's 263.
This is Resolution 21-269, ma'am.
We have to vote on this one. We're going to roll call it, right?
Call for a roll call, sir?
Yes.
Yes, sir. So noted.
I gotta see if I find it, because I look at all the backgrounds, like, I don't know, I guess
So this,
Council President?
Yes. We've been waiting for them to get their contract. Go right ahead, Councilwoman Wong.
So, this is, for clarity, this is not Local 2281, and this is the management or professional
supervisors.
Your supervisors. Mm-hmm. Okay, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, Councilman, you wanted to roll call it? Or you wanted
Yes,
to
yes.
be a part of the consent agenda? Okay.
I'd like to read all about the contract first.
Okay.
It is there, sir. It's 2, 4, and 5.
Well, I have to look for it because I was looking for it and I couldn't find it.
No, it's there on the backup that was emailed to you by Ms. Rodriguez, so it will be there. I just looked at it of what you guys received. So, and
Can you email it back to me, that portion, because I got a couple of them, but
absolutely, sir. I'll email
yes,
it
yes, please.
during the course of the meeting. I'll send out an email. Any other council members want to see that again?
Yes, absolutely, because I never got the contract.
Yeah, everybody received it because I received a copy of what you received, and it was definitely in there. So I'll re-email it out to Mr. Rodriguez, Ms. Vaughn. Anybody else?
Everybody.
Sounds good. So I will make sure that goes out. Try to do that while we're in the course of the meeting. Council President, would you like me to proceed?
Yes.
Next, we have a resolution from the Department of Law, Wesley Bridges. He is no longer the acting director. I will make them change that in the docket. Wesley Bridges, director. This is 21-167, a resolution authorizing an amendment to the contract with the law office of Florio Kennedy Ravallo LLP, 125 Shrub Avenue, Suite 310 North Lindenhurst, 310N, Lindenhurst, New Jersey, 07071, to provide continued professional legal services regarding general legal representation in regards to general municipal and other legal matters in an amount not to exceed $40,000.
2021. So, and we're headed into, well, with the transition, we're headed into fiscal year 2022. So, where are all the other contracts that are expiring at the end of June that were executed last July 1st, 2020? Are they being canceled? Are they not being renewed, Mr. Bridges, or this is it?
Council President, may I respond?
Yes, you may.
The amendments that are on here for the firms that have exceeded their underlying contract, they are handling substantial pieces of litigation, and they have gone over their initial budgeted amount. Therefore, we have to come back pursuant to statute, pursuant to law, to have them amended in this fiscal period to pay them for work that occurred in this fiscal period. This, as well as the other 3 amendments that follow, are a result of firms that have just done a substantial amount of work and, again, have exceeded their contract, so we need to go back, get approval to pay them for the work that they've done.
So at the end of, so have you solidified the resolutions for all the legal services that will be renewed for this upcoming budget year?
Yeah, we have finalized those. We were unable to finalize those in time for this meeting, but they will be presented and they will all be on the next meeting for all the renewals of for the following fiscal year.
So, so in addition to the renewal, say for instance, I know we didn't get to, I'm just gonna, all right, so I'll just use the Florio law firm. So, and are we on that one now? Yeah, that's it.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is the law firm that represents the mayor in all litigation, right?
They represent the mayor in specific litigation. However, they also do other litigation, but that is correct. That is the firm that is representing the mayor with litigation, yes.
Okay, so for an additional 40 grand. So I mean, I want this roll call and I want to see his invoices. I want to see Florio's invoices that he went over 40 grand. I mean, I know that Council President and myself have the law, you assigned attorneys to us as well, and none of those attorneys, and we're all on the same cases. So are there other lawsuits that the Florio law firm are working on outside the ones that the mayor filed against Council President and Councilwoman Vaughn?
Council President, may I?
Yes.
Yes, Councilwoman Vaughn, if you tiptoe down to the last one, there's the Renault firm, which represents council.
No, I'm not asking about the Renault. No. The
you
Renault
just asked
firm the Renault firm represents the entire council. I'm talking about Verity.
They're not out of money. They have not exceeded their contract amount.
I know, so that's my question, Mr.
Well, that's-
Bridges. I don't understand how Mr. Florio exceeded his, because he's representing the mayor, like Valente is representing me, like Verity is representing McBride. So why is he the only attorney working on the same cases? It need an additional 40,000. So anyway, let's see his invoices. Can you make sure I get those? I'm going to roll call this one. And then I'm certain that you will have the same law firm, a part of the population, for a renewal of a contract for the next budget year, correct?
Mr. Bridges?
I'm sorry, was that a question or you were just making a
Yeah,
statement?
no, it was a question. They're going to be getting a contract in the next couple of weeks, right?
Of course, anybody that has ongoing litigation, including.
I'm not asking anybody. I'm asking about the Florio, resolution 21167.
Council President, may I answer, please, uninterrupted?
No. I asked about.
I'm
not asking about your whole population of law. I'm asking specifically about 21167, Mr. Bridges. Please. Will the Florio law firm be getting a full year contract in the next 2 weeks?
Yes, they will.
Okay. So, so send me those bills that he's over 40 grand and in which lawsuits he's been providing legal advice to. Because I don't see how he exceeded 40 grand in invoices and the other two attorneys did not.
Alrighty, Mr. Collins, can we move on?
This is next we have Resolution 21-169. Resolution authorizing an amendment to the contract of the law office of Parker McKay, attorneys at law, 9000 Mid-Atlantic Drive, Suite 300, P.O. Box 5054, Mount Laurel, New Jersey, 08054-1539 to provide continued professional legal services regarding legal representation in regards to general, municipal, and other legal matters in an amount not to exceed $30,000.
Anyone wanting to speak to this resolution?
Yeah, the same thing. Can I see the invoices, please, Council President, for the Parker McKay Law Firm?
Yes, Mr. Bridges, can you provide that information before Thursday? We may continue. These are going to be roll call, Mr. Conlon. Go right ahead to 21-270, please.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-270. This is a resolution authorizing an amendment to the contract of the law offices of Trimboli and Krusnowski, LLC, to provide professional legal services regarding labor and employment matters in an amount not to exceed $100,000.
Council President?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Bridges, now I remember, and these law firms, we give them a 1-year contract every year. Why are we underestimating why are we underestimating the value of these contracts?
Council President.
During the course of the contract, they have to come back and add, we're constantly adding more money. I know this is like the second time in this fiscal year that we've gave Trimboli an addition added value to their contract because they claim they overexceeded the contract amount that was originally awarded. Why are we underestimating the amount of services that we're contracting with on the initial contract?
Council President, may I answer?
Yes, go right ahead.
I cannot speak to why the original amount was underestimated. I was not here when those contracts were procured. I can tell you that they were underestimated and that there was a substantial amount of labor and employment work specifically with respect to disciplinary action investigations that were done that, again, were over the amount that was awarded. Similar to the previous two and similar to the one that will follow, I will be glad to gather those invoices that you could look at them, and to the extent you'd like to sit down when we award the next round of contracts of next fiscal year and do a better job in evaluating what we think they will be, I'd be more than happy to entertain that conversation with you.
Well, you should be happy to entertain it with the entire city of Trenton. That's who I'm speaking for, particularly the 20,000 residents that I represent in the West Ward. So it's not just me. So I'm just asking again, these law firms, in particular, the Floria law firm, I'm not really familiar what the work of the Trimboli law firm is, but I know for a fact that they have had 2 increases. They have come back twice already. And there's no way they don't, I mean, unless you're giving them work, again, I just got to see the invoices, because unless you're giving them more work, you know, in the midst of the contract, in the middle of the year, or the middle of the quarter, then I can understand. But is that happening, Mr. Bridges? Did you give the Trimboli law firm more work since the last increase?
I personally have not given them any. It's continuing work and ongoing work that they have been doing. To answer your question, yes, they have been given, the contracts at the beginning of the year, and they are signed cases throughout the year. That's why you have the contract for the year. So yes, they get cases, they get matters from the beginning of the fiscal year to the end of the fiscal year, as kind of it's supposed to go in a normal course. With respect to your answer that it's something that should be discussed with the public, their contract amount will in fact be discussed with the public next council meeting, when we're putting the resolutions for their contract for next fiscal year before this council for consideration. So those discussions will be had. Those evaluations will be made with respect to the amounts, and I will do my best to try to forecast what those amounts should be based on prior years and prior precedent and prior expenditures, with the caveat being, as we've discussed 3 or 4 times in the public setting, the goal of the law department to try to mitigate this spend by bringing in, as we discussed before, additional counsel who have certain litigation experience, so that we can take a percentage of these matters and deal with them internally. So the law department is very aware of this issue. We're very sensitive to this issue, and we're doing what we can to mitigate this spend. But I'm more than happy to have the conversations about the contract amounts. Next meeting when all these firms will be before this council for their consideration.
Because, so I guess, with professional service, there's no provision in the law and contract law relating to change in value. Change in value is only a provision for, I guess, non-professional services. I don't know. I guess professional services.
I have no idea what you're asking me right now.
Okay, let me just be clear. I'll ask, so I see we're adding $100,000 to a contract that we've already approved. So, and other contracts, I guess construction contracts, products and services, I guess, and products, or a change request is warranted, right? So I guess a change is not warranted in these type of contracts and professional services?
This is not a change request where it's similar to a construction contract where there is something unforeseen that came about, mold behind a wall or a beam. This is a matter of they're providing the same service at the same rate, doing the same thing. It's just the nature of they received much more work than was anticipated, much more litigation or much more labor employment. So it's not a change in service. It's just they received more work than was forecasted, as you said. So we will
No, but that is a change in scope, right?
It's not a change in scope. They're still doing the same work at the same hourly rate on the same matters. It's not a change in scope.
No, it is, right? So we don't know. They got a new case, right? So they maybe got a new case, right?
So can we ask Mr. Kaloji to give a definition of whether or not this is an to extend the amount, to give us the difference between a bid and a change order versus a professional contract?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Kaloji.
Actually, what's occurring in this situation is fairly commonplace in municipalities. You engage a law firm to start on a case, or several law firms representing different defendants. because of how the litigation shakes out, one lawyer may end up doing a lot more work. Say they were all allocated $10,000 to start with. One lawyer who's representing one particular party ends up doing a lot more work. He may go over his amount, which is why you wouldn't see the other two on the list coming back. This is a fairly commonplace thing. It depends upon the amount of work, the nature of the litigation, and it's certainly not unusual because the attorney can't stop work. As a judge says a brief is due on this particular day, he has to get it done and get the brief in. Of course, now counsel isn't going to meet for whatever period of time and then would address usually whatever balance was due and anticipate adding an additional amount of money so they could continue work and not have to come back in another week or 2 weeks. So, you know, you try to foresee what the allotment should be. On the other hand, you never want to give any law firm a $100,000 allotment up front because they tend to go through it rather quickly. So when I was a city attorney, we used to keep them on somewhat of a short leash and try to make a realistic amount in the original contract. And then if they needed more, we would add to it. So, you know, again, it's usually an amount that they've gone over and plus a planning to add an additional amount to cover work that might take place anticipatedly over the next couple of months.
Thank you. Councilwoman, do you want that roll call?
Oh, yes, roll call, please.
All right, Mr. Collin, could you move on? Mr. Conlon, you're muted.
Thank you, Council President. Next, we have Resolution 21-300, a resolution authorizing an amendment to the contract with the law office of Renaud Diapollonio, LLC, to provide continued professional legal services to represent City Council in litigation matters for a period of one fiscal year from July 1st, 2021 to June 30, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $30,000.
Yes, I want this roll called as well, and although it's for the council, but they have to follow the same rules and procedures as well. And what's causing what's causing this law firm to exceed the original contract as well? Mr.
Council President,
can we get those invoices as well?
Yes, you certainly may, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Thank you, Mr. Bridges. Mr. Collin, excuse me, you may continue.
Yes, next we have resolutions from the Department of Police. James Slack, Acting Director. First, we have Resolution 21-271, resolution awarding a contract through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A 20.4 et sec to the Institute for Forensic Psychology for a psychologist screening provider in an amount not to exceed $45,000 for a period of 1 year from July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2022 to RFP 2021-14.
If there's no questions to this resolution, and it could be part of the consent agenda, Mr. Collin, you may move on to 21-273.
Yes, Council President, this is 21 and that was, I'm sorry, that was consent, ma'am, right? 21-271?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, next we have Resolution 21-273, resolution exercising the, I'm sorry, this is from the Department of Fire, Chief Maziar is Acting Director. First, we have Resolution 21-273, a resolution exercising the option to extend the contract for one additional year awarded to ESO Solutions, Inc. for annual software maintenance and support of the Visual Fire Records Management System from May 1st, 2021 to April 30, 2022 in an amount not to exceed $39,455.96 through bid 2017-62.
Mr. Cruz, I have a question and pertaining to Mr. Maziar being the acting director. Again, we find ourselves in a situation where we have went well past the 90 days in the acting position. Mr. Sawyer left the fire department, I believe, in November. If someone, if you can give me the correct month that Mr. Sawyer left in, Mr. Bridges.
Yes, Council President. Hello?
Yes, I wanted to know the month that Director Sweeney left and the month that Acting Director Maziar was brought on to the acting position.
I believe in September. In fact, this September. I just received a message from Mr. Maziar that he was appointed in September.
And so this is a problem, Mr. Bridges. This is a violation, and the administration knows that they're in violation. And I don't understand why they did not bring the acting director back up to extend his position. I don't understand that. And this is what occurred to you during your acting capacity. They did not bring you back on to extend your 90 days. That is a problem. It's a violation. And they know that. And so I'm asking you, Mr. Bridges, as the law director now, what is the council supposed to do when you or the administration does not bring the acting directors back in front of us and they sign these documents?
My position is similar to when I was in this situation. Quite frankly, I can't speak to why they were not put forth. That's something that maybe can be addressed by the other administration and the staff. I believe that it's not a violation of any laws. I believe it's a violation of procedure. I believe that the acting capacity is still proper in terms of form and legality to be able for this council.
No, Mr. Bridges, I beg to differ with you. You know that it's not proper, and you know that he should not be signing any documentation. And so I'm going to ask Mr. Kaloji to look into this, because we cannot continue down this road, and DCA is supposed to be having oversight, and then they don't check the mayor when things like this occur. You weren't allowed into any meetings. You weren't allowed to sign any documentation once your 90 days ran out. And why would they put a director, an acting director that was good enough to step up to the plate and to serve in that capacity for the city? Why didn't they just do what the procedure says to do under the Faulkner's Act, and is to extend the 90 days?
Candidly, Council President, I cannot answer why he was not extended. I'm not part of those discussions, but I do agree with you that he needs to be put up to be extended or put up for permanency. But again, I cannot speak. I have no knowledge as to why that has not been done.
Thank you. I'll try to get some background from Mr. Kaloji moving forward, because the administration has to do better, because he should have been given the opportunity to be extended as an acting director. Thank you.
I understand.
Mr. Holland, this could be part of the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have resolutions to the Department of Finance, Ron Zielinski, Acting Director. First, we have Resolution 21-171, a resolution of the City of Trenton and the County of Mercer, State of New Jersey, determining the form and other details of its note relating to the Water Bank Construction Financing Program of New Jersey Infrastructure Bank to be issued in the principal amount of up to $25 million, and providing for the issuance and sale of such note to the New Jersey Infrastructure Bank, and authorizing the execution and delivery of such note by the City of Trenton in favor of the New Jersey Infrastructure Bank, all pursuant to the Water Bank Construction Financing Program of the New Jersey Infrastructure Bank. Floor is open.
Is there any questions?
Yes, Madam President.
Yes, go right ahead.
Is this resolution related to any bonds that we issued already, or can somebody explain it? I am very ignorant. I don't have much knowledge, so I need explanation.
Did Mr. Cruz or Mr. Zelinski, can you answer the councilman?
This is Mr. Zelinski. There's been no bonds issued. The ordinance is passed and we authorize these bonds to be issued, but we're going to go now and issue the bonds. The good news with these bonds is that we get them from the infrastructure bank, whatever we utilize. If we utilize the whole $25 million, half of it will be written off. And we'll only have to pay back the $12.5 million. We would also be able to, with additional funding that may come, we'd be able to pay off the debt with some additional funding down the road. So we may never have to make a debt payment on this.
And what bond ordinance was this, and what are the projects? What is this for? The 25 million, what are they for? That's what I need to find out.
Oh, it's for improvements to the water system.
Oh,
I believe,
yeah.
Marcus, I think it's for, some of this has to do with the lead lining. I believe Mark can help me with that. I think those were done before I got here.
Council President, if I may address.
And the number, the bond ordinance number, that I like to get that number. Check it out.
So what do you want, Councilman?
Well, I like to have, when you do issue notes, it is based on bonds that we have approved already, right? So there have to be a bond ordinance number. You know, it's not plain here, and it doesn't say that it's for waterworks or whoever. It comes from the Department of Finance, and that's what I'm asking. What is finance going to do with $25 million? It's not on the waterworks, so I don't know. I'm dumb.
It is for water projects.
Well, what is that?
Council President.
Council President.
We need more clarifications on this,
So,
Can I speak, Council President?
That's Mr. Lavenberg.
Everett Johnson.
Everett Johnson, the bond counsel.
Yes.
Okay, go right ahead.
Council President, this whole $25 million is for lead service line, not any other projects of the water of TWW. And the bond ordinance is referenced in Section 1 of the resolution. The bond ordinance was adopted, it's 20-27. It was approved last spring by the City Council.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. This
that could have been written there in a little corner.
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead. Councilman Rodriguez, were you finished?
Yes, but what I say that what does it take to write that there little sentence saying that is related to bond ordinance 2027, and it's for waterworks.
All righty, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Yes, this is for Mark Lavenberg. So this is the 25 million that was part of the, I believe that ordinance was part of the $108 million bond tranches that the mayor put forward last year. It was like 25 million. It was a 33 million. I think it was, 50 something million. So my question to Mark is, we have several projects underway, and the project and the work has been allocated across about 4 or 5 different contractors, right? You share with the council on a weekly basis the progress of that work, how much each contractor received to do the work, and of course the bond financing is helping to fund those projects. And based on the work that's being done, your last report that you sent over said that 4,000 to date, 4,600 plus lead lines were replaced. And then when you look at the amount of the amount of money received by those received by those contractors, it doesn't appear to particularly Spinello, looking at that report, I mean, it doesn't tell us really, how many lead service lines each contractor replaced, right? So you can't really do a calculation on, you can't make a determination, okay, based on, they already drew down, Spinelli got 25 million in contracts from the city of Trenton. We can't, there's not a clear correlation between how much money they have versus their productivity. How are they really turning the work around? But they continue to draw down from their $25 million contract. But yet, who's providing the oversight to ensure that when we are paying out the money, that they are in fact delivering the amount of lead lines that should be replaced? And it seems like the lead line, the cost per lead line on a City of Trenton project is significantly higher than it is in a city like Newark. Based on 4,600 lead lines, and we've already drawn down close to 30 million on the project. If you divide that, I'm just doing a straight division. The amount per lead line is astounding, Mark. What's going on here? I don't even see why you need any more money. Why even draw down on this $25 million bond when you've already drawn down on some of the other bonds and the contractor still hasn't really produced the amount of work that we expected them to?
Council President, may I?
Go right ahead, Mr. Lavenberg.
Okay, there's a lot to really kind of deconstruct there. The first is with the $108 million figure that we constantly throw around. It was a $50 million bond that was approved for meter replacement and the reservoir, the $25 million for the lead service replacement line phase 2 program. The $33 million, which was sorely needed for major work at the treatment plant, was not approved. So the 108 number is an issue. The $30 million drawdown, I'm not sure what that number's coming from, and I'm looking at this sheet right here, and it's.
Let me go into your spreadsheet, right?
Yeah, I'm showing 1.4 million billed to date on the 4641 lead service lines that have been replaced. 3.3.
I looked at the check registers, Mark. They cashed more than 1.4 million. You pay down more than that if you look at the check registers. Anyway, I don't want to go through the numbers with you here tonight because
the numbers are fully available. Anybody that wants to see them can certainly look at them.
No. What I'm saying is your check registers.
Our price is very competitive, especially relative to Newark. We're putting.
No, but it should be the same, right? The water and structure, it should be the same. It shouldn't be different.
Well, they're all individual contracts, aren't they?
No. We agreed that through the New Jersey Infrastructure Bank, Newark is getting financed through there as well, right?
Not Newark.
So,
Newark?
Yeah, Newark.
Newark got $120 million.
I understand, but
it's a lot of money, and they got that in a lawsuit. That didn't.
But what I'm saying is, Mr. Lavenberg, all I'm saying is that to replace a lead service line pipe is not going to be significantly different between the two municipalities or any across the water infrastructure in New Jersey, period. Rather it's Newark or Morristown, right? So I'm just saying that all the presentations I went through that was given by Governor Murphy on the water infrastructure in the state of New Jersey, the pricing of a lead line and what we wanted to charge our residents in New Jersey are the same. They were the same. They were no different by municipality.
They're individual contracts as far as I.
But you should not. But I was not aware. So what? So you tell me what your price per. All right. So you tell the residents here tonight what is the price of a per lead line replacement. What is it? $2,000, $2,500, $1,000? What is the
No,
cost of it?
the average would be about 6,000. But again, that is spread out over multiple contracts, so it's going to be different, and they're done in different ways. Sometimes you do a partial replacement, which is just what's out in the street. Sometimes you do a partial, which is just on the homeowner side. And other times you do a complete service. Each and every one can be individual, so it's all itemized. It's not considered just one item.
So average is 6,000 per home?
If you average it out, again, but there's a vast difference between doing a full service and a partial service, either on the homeowner side or on the individual side.
Okay. I was just trying to find that spreadsheet. I can't find it right now. But I know it's 4,600 lead lines, right? 4,600 to date have been replaced, correct?
41 as of yesterday or last week, yeah.
Right, and then you have the amount of spend, right? So I don't have the spreadsheet in front of me. Can you tell me within that column that you have for spend? You have the total amount of the contract for each contractor. Then you have
I have the build amount. So for
right,
phase
exactly.
1A, Spinello, okay, the contract amount is 8.8 million. To date, we've been billed 3.3. For 1B, which was done by South State, okay, that was 8.4, and we've been billed 7.8. They are substantially completed their project, with the exception of the paving, which needs to be done.
Right. So the 3.3 million that we paid, 8 million contract to Spinello, we paid them 3.3 million to date. Can you tell me how many lead lines out of the 4,600 they replaced?
I believe approximately, I'm just guessing at this number, I'm going to say 2,100. They did 932 and 130 and 1329.
How many? I'm doing 3 million. How many?
932 and 1329. 2,261.
Per line, right?
That's how many completed services they've done. And then if we look at it, again, that breaks it down to utility side only contract, and then there is a full contract, which is phase 1A.
No, I'm saying you said 3 million was paid out. You said that
We've been
930.
billed 3.38.
All right. Again, 3 million. How many did they replace? You said 932, correct?
No, 2,261.
Wow, so 200 and, I'm sorry. If you, $3 million paid out today, they replaced 2,200, I'm just rounding. So that's 1,000, on the average, that's 1,300 per service that they replace.
I'll take your word on that for the math.
Okay. All right. So it's 1,000, not 6,000.
Ma'am, Councilwoman, that is the amount that we are billed. Okay, so the question. So I believe you asked the question: how do we monitor what's going on and who monitors this? Because there's going to be a very long delay as we audit each and every service that goes in. That service is being provided by CDM Smith, our engineering firm. Okay, so they go over every single item, every piece of hardware that went into the ground.
All right, very good, Mark. All I'm asking is...
Just 1 second, Councilwoman. We're getting some bleed over. If everyone could please mute themselves.
Well, the bottom line is the monies that have already been drawn down, they still have not drawn down on those bonds that funded the initial contract. So why are we now drawing down an additional 25 million? What are we going to do with that?
I really appreciate that question, Councilwoman. And the reason being for that is, okay, as you're well aware, we are under 2 ACOs. Okay, ACO number 2, we have to have 21% of our lead service lines replaced by October of 2021. That is not going to happen. So we've negotiated with the department to ask for an extension until May or March of 2022. That is the reason why we are entering into phase 2, and we brought on 2 additional contractors to get this work done expedited so that we can meet a negotiated deadline with the Department of Environmental Protection.
Yep. Well, I mean, I would appreciate if you can add to your spreadsheet that additional, I see the 932. I finally found the spreadsheet. But if you can make more explicit, yeah, it says Benelio, original contract was 8.8 million. We paid out today 3.3 million. And they only, well, it doesn't really, it's not clear, your spreadsheet is not clear how many lead lines they replaced.
932 under
No, that line item says phase 1.
1A.
So that Spinelli did all of phase 1A?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, so that means they have
a lot of catching up to do. That is correct.
But bottom line is they have 5.5 million left. So I mean, so they don't need we don't need that 25 million for them, right?
Well, we still need to get the 21% done by March of 2022.
I know, but they still got 5.5 million left. And on the other contracts, oh my God, the South State, they had 8.4 million. They spent down, we paid out 7.8 million for them. And how many lead lines did they replace?
1,500.
It's a lot of money for the, to me, it appears, I got to do a little bit more analysis, but it seems to me this is a lot of money that's already been paid out, and we haven't gotten the bang for our buck here.
Well,
Okay? It doesn't appear that they're
we have to
replacing.
have 8,000 services done. At the end of the day, we have to have 8,000
Oh,
services.
no. At the end of the day, we want to be cost effective, right? So we got to hold we got to be cost effective.
Well, I hope we're
The city of Trenton Water Works does not we don't have endless money here at Trenton Water Works, right? So thus far, based on your spreadsheet, we have already spent $16 million. $16 million. And we only have 4,600 lead lines replaced?
That's correct.
16 million, right? I just want the public to hear that. We got 16 million that we spent already to date, and we've only replaced 4,600 lead lines, and we've already paid out $16 million. And we only have 4,600 lead lines replaced across the entire project. I find that concerning. And I don't think, I mean, this is, we need some accountability here. I mean, what, I don't know. It's just, what type of black magic, rich witchcraft is this?
I'm not sure what we're aiming at here, Council.
Well, again, what we're aiming at, that your project is overrun. The money that you're spending here, you're not replacing any of the lead lines. How many lead lines you got to replace? 26,000 across the whole system? 26,000, and we're only at 4,000 at $16 million already spent?
Keep in mind, this is to get 21% of the lead service lines replaced. So there will be...
I'm going to... We spent $16 million to date. And we only got 4,600 lead lines replaced. 16 million. They're asking for 25 million today. 25 million today. We've already gave 50 million, and we paid across all the contractors 16 million, and they've only replaced 4,641.
We're very proud of that number, Councilwoman.
Well. I'm glad you
very,
are.
very proud of that number.
Trenton, we're not.
Okay, Councilwoman.
And I'm going to dig harder, and I'm going to dig deeper, and I will come back and do my math, and I will have a better report than yours for the residents of this city.
Much
Thank you,
appreciated.
Councilwoman. We're moving forward.
Okay.
Mr. Collins, can we move forward, Mr. Collins?
Yes, Council President, are we roll calling or are we adding to consent?
Definitely we have to
Roll call.
I figured. Thank you very much. I just need to hear the words. Next, we have Resolution 21-230, a resolution to the City of Trenton, the County of Mercer, State of New Jersey, authorizing the submission of an application to the local finance board requesting approval of a $4 million bond ordinance to finance the replacement of water mains by Trenton Water Works under the provision of the Municipal Qualified Bond Act, NJSA 40 Cap A: 3-1 et sec.
I have to comment on this.
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman Rodriguez.
We're going to have an ordinance for exactly this same amount, right?
Yes, there is an ordinance on the agenda.
Later on. And, I am wondering what happened with number ordinance 18-41 of June of 2018. That was for, I believe it was $18 million, something like that, or it was a large amount. And we have never heard about what happened with that money. Why we continue issuing more bonds? I believe that we have issued bonds, $50 million worth of bonds for repairs here, for various repairs. Isn't this repair of this land? I believe it's Northern Avenue, if I'm not mistaken. Isn't this part of those various improvements, wasn't that covered by that $50 million bond ordinance?
Council President.
Right. What happened with the money from this ordinance?
Council President.
18.715 million. Also, let me finish by, then you can answer everything. Could we use the American Rescue Plan money for that project rather than issuing the bonds? Because I went to a seminar last week, and, well, I didn't see any one of you in that seminar, but they said that priority number one was clean water. That money could be used to for less service lines. It was mentioned clearly, less service lines, and any issues dealing with water. What is your plan? Have you brought the plan to the mayor to see how could we avoid having to issue this money in bonds and try to use some of that money because we are entitled to it? American Rescue Plan. We received 34 million, and we are due for next year another 34 or more. And we have a committee, which I don't know, but a lot of people there that I really don't know why they're in this committee, and they're going to make decisions to give this money away. So we might as well use it for repair our Northern Avenue line, to paint those towers that haven't been painted. There's another $2.5 million coming later on, or another Ducat. So we could be using some of that money. Do you have a plan, Mr. Lavenberg? Also, I'd like to remind you that 2 years ago, we passed a resolution in City Council, I believe it was unanimously, requesting fiscal reports of all the revenue and expenses of Trenton Water Works, and it said that the director was supposed to come to us quarterly to give us a report. We have not received a single report yet in 2 years, except for what you're sending, those little bits, a little bit here, a little bit there, but that's not what we requested. We'd like to see the numbers, like Ms. Bond was talking about. She didn't mention that out of 4,600 lines that were replaced, about 600 were done by our city workers, and you are adding them yes, this is good for EPA because it's part of that percentage, but it's not good. It doesn't make sense to me that you are adding that about 600 lines that were replaced by our waterworks personnel, so they continuously replace those lead lines, emergency basis and whatever. 600 or more of those lines were done not by the contractor, but by our workers. If our workers can do 600 lines in the same time that we have contractors doing 4,000 more, I say, why do we have contractors? Why don't we hire more workers and do the job ourselves? Because this is $16 million so far for 4,000, not for 4,600, 4,000, or probably less. I believe it's probably a little bit less than 4,000. Also, I saw in the map that you put in this report, Lawrence, I didn't see any, either there was a mistake, but I didn't see that they have completed anything in Lawrence yet. So, according to your schematic, to the symbols, I don't know what happened with Lawrence. That's all I have to say. I expect answers, especially on those financial reports. What's the holdup?
So the only thing, I wanted to make a statement based on what Mr. Lavenberg stated. He stated that DEP wanted us to complete 21% of the lead lines by a certain date. We've only gotten 41 lead line replacements done. What is the total number for the 21%, Mr. Lavenberg?
Yes, Council President. So we are happy that we're at the 14%, and this additional 25 million will put us at 21.
No. I'm asking a question. I asked a direct question, Mr. Lavenberg. I want to know, out of the 21% that DEP wants us to do, and we only did 4,100. What is the overall number out of that 21% that we're lacking?
1 second here.
Wasn't it 26,000?
The total number is 7,818 in total. That's our total number that we need to get to for that. Again, part of the negotiations with the department is how many we actually have.
So the total number that we need to add to the 46 is 7,000?
No, I'm sorry. No, approximately 2,500 more. So we'll be at 78. I believe the number is 7,800.
So we need to complete 7,800 more lead lines?
Correct. And we'll do that with the remainder of phase 1 and phase 2.
So if we need to do 7,000, and it's almost been, when did they start this project? When did they start the project? Because the people in Hamilton and Lawrence, their project started before they started the Trenton project. It's been over a year. So it's been over a year, and we've only gotten 4,600 done, and we're running out of time with DEP because the numbers show that in over a year, you only got 46 done. How do you expect to meet this quota for this almost 8,000 lead lines if you're only at 4,600 now, and it's been well over a year? The DEP is expecting these numbers to be completed by when?
The original ACO date was October of 2021. Okay. We had the contracts approved for phase 2A, B, and C, and we've given the contractors 1 year to complete the project from the notice to proceed, and so we're looking at March of 2022. We should be at 21%.
So did DEP grant you that time?
we're still negotiating with them on that.
And see, and this is the problem because we're not sure if DEP is going to grant us that time. And you got contractors only turning out 4,600 lead lines, and the councilman said the city workers turned out 600 of those lead lines. So you got the contractors only turned out 4,000, and we're by the date that was given to us originally, we only have until October. And so we're failing because by the timeline, we're not going to have 7,800 lead lines done by October. If it took a year just to do a little over a year to do 4,000. This is a problem within itself, right?
Well, and it certainly is. And as we've explained to the department, and was, really a point that Spinello drove home with us was there was issues with the pandemic. As you're well aware, a lot of these changes are we have to get in people's houses in order to do that. We made a big turn back in December and January of this year, where our production numbers, started to really increase. We were doing we were at 321 in January. We actually had a 505 got in March. We had a pretty good April as well. Our numbers are picking up, and with the addition of another contractor starting and 2 more in the wings ready to go, we anticipate making that number. So, and we've been, very candid with the department about the October deadline. And to date, they seem to be on board with us, with the March 2022 deadline.
Thank you, Mr. Lavenberg. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Madam President?
Yes, go right ahead.
I like an answer. When are we going to start getting our financial reports? What happened with the money from 1841? What happened with those $50 million that we issue in bonds? I need answers. I've been asking that for 2 years. What is going on? And, as Mr. Cruz said 2 weeks ago, we don't have the knowledge in City Council. So we need education from our directors. There is a CPA, I believe, a public accountant there at Water Works. It was transferred from the administration. So those financial reports should be easy for her to do it quarterly. When are we going to start getting them? This is not a game. This is not a game.
Councilman, I hope you are getting the financial quarterly reports that we are sending you. I will send one to you personally tomorrow. Should include up to date until May, and then June will be coming forth shortly.
Mr. Conlon, can you put that resolution back on the screen in case Mr. Lavenberg did not see it? It didn't say send the report. It said a report should be delivered to the council.
So this is resolution 20-105. And it's a resolution requiring the director of the Department of Water and Sewer to appear before the City Council on a quarterly basis pursuant to council's investigatory powers. And it says, now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Trenton and the mayor, be and is hereby requested to require the director of the Department of Water and Sewer or other appropriate representative to appear before the City Council on a quarterly basis on a date designated by council with a detailed financial report on all aspects of the department's operations, including the areas set forth in 2-61A 1 through 5, to explain some of the council and provide whether additional information necessary to substantiate said report or which council may require. Does anybody wish to set a date now?
We'll set a date between now and Thursday.
Sounds good.
So that we can communicate with Mr. Lavenberg tomorrow and have a date for not just the council but for the public too.
Yes, definitely. A general report, and including the lead service lines or the questions that Ms. Bond was asking to be answered in that report. Make it in plain English, not just numbers.
And I forward the reports as they come in. In fact, Mr. Lavenberg forwarded the weekly lead service
No,
line.
I saw, no, I've been seeing that, but that's not what I'm talking about, Mr. Conlon. And I saw a big thing that was issued 3 or 4 months ago, but that's not what I'm talking about. The director knows exactly what I'm talking about.
All righty, so Mr. Conlon, we're going to move on to the 21-230. That will be roll called, and we'll move on to 21-274.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-274, a resolution authorizing transfers to be made by the Director of Finance for the fiscal year 2021 appropriations.
Okay, we can roll call that one and keep it moving.
Yes, ma'am. And just for the record, it is for a total of, I think, $667,500. That's roll call. Next, we have Resolution 21-275, a resolution authorizing the temporary utility fund appropriations prior to the final adoption of the fiscal year 2022 six-month municipal utility budgets of the City of Trenton, New Jersey. Floor is open.
If there's no questions, you can.
Utility budget, Mr. Utility Budget of Trenton. Yes. Council President, 21-275.
Yes.
I have a question on behalf of the residents of the city and the citizens of the West Ward. A lot of citizens coming out of the pandemic are trying to catch up on their utility bills. And is this appropriation is going to help them do that?
No, this is, I believe, a salary and wage and operating appropriation, ma'am. I believe that's a separate AR.
This is a temporary budget for the new year.
Correct.
But municipal utility budgets? Oh, I see. Okay.
Yes.
What is this municipal utility? I'm confused.
This is.
It says I'm sorry. Maybe I'm misinterpreting.
It's budget for water, sewer, and parking.
Oh, okay. Okay, got it. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Consent agenda.
Oh, no. I want to roll call that.
Yes, ma'am.
I didn't hear that.
I didn't get exactly what that is. I don't know what that is. I need to get more information on that.
Okay.
Yeah, I want to see the budget line items, particularly for the Department of Water and Sewer, because Mr. Council President, can I have the floor?
Yes, they're ready.
Mr. Zielinski, particularly, I hope the revenues are in there. I would like to see the surplus of our utilities, right? Because that's what municipal utilities are for. They're supposed to generate surplus for the municipality and to help cover the taxpayers and minimize our property taxes. So I have yet to see the amount of surplus that the parking utility generates, the surplus that the sewer utility generates, and the surplus that the water utility generates. Now, we all know the water utility in fiscal 21 surplus was fleeced by the mayor, and he didn't come to council and introduce the resolution, and that was a violation. So, yes, I want to see the details of this budget for those utilities. And all the citizens of the city got to know that their utilities help fund our municipality, and it helps fund the budget, and it helps provide the purpose of these utilities. They're all self-liquidating, or they're supposed to be. They're supposed to be self-liquidating, and any surplus is supposed to be allocated to our budget. And that's the rule of how municipalities are funded and financed internally within their own government and within their own resources. So yes, I want to see the details of this budget and these appropriations, and I want to know how much surplus is in each one. And that's not been reported to this council, and it has not been transparent to the city, to the residents. And the residents should be getting reports on that. And I don't understand why the Department of Finance do not send those reports to the residents of how their utilities are doing.
We generate an annual financial statement every year. And that's
But
when it gets
but doesn't get
reported.
mailed to the citizens. It doesn't get mailed to the residents, Mr. Zelinski.
It doesn't get mailed, but it's on the website.
Okay.
Gets posted to the website.
Yeah, other towns, they get a notification in their mailing from their mayor and council as to how their utilities are doing and how much surplus is in their account and how much is used to cover their budgets and give them property tax relief. We don't get that in Trenton, but we should get it. It's not fair.
Thank you.
It's not right.
That would be 21-276 roll call. Mr. Collins, could you move on? Mr. Conlon?
Six is a separate budget appropriation. We just did 275. We're now up to 276. Next, we have Resolution 21-276, a resolution making temporary appropriations for interest and debt redemption charges for the utility funds prior to the final adoption of the fiscal year 2022 six-month budgets for the city of Trenton, New Jersey. And I heard a roll call.
That's roll call.
Yes,
Yeah, I need to have explanations on that also. And I like to get copies of what Ms. Bond requested, and also these hard copies on this explaining what is this. I am ignorant. We don't have knowledge in city council, so I need explanations. I need education.
Council President, would you like me to move on?
Yes, please.
Next, we have resolution, and that's going to be a roll call for the record. Next, we have resolution 21-277, a resolution making temporary current fund budget appropriations prior to the final adoption of the fiscal year 2021 municipal budget of the city of Trenton. And let me just make sure, is that supposed to be 2022?
That was my question. 2021
Yeah,
or 2022?
take a look at that real
It's
quick.
actually transition year. It should be TY. That's for the 6-month budget, so it's a TY.
Yeah, she just made a typo.
It's typo on all of those.
So I'll take care of that. It's 277, transitional year, 2021 budget. So I'll make that change. So this is for the 6-month budget. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Madam.
sorry, this is
Madam
the debt
President, I
service.
need more information on that.
This is
Mr.
this is 21-277.
It's part of the resolution. You should have it broken down by type of debt on the
Yeah,
resolution.
the debt redemption was the last one, and 276, we're actually up to the current fund budget appropriations prior to the final adoption. This is 277 we're on. This is the overall temporary budget for the city of Trenton for the fiscal year introduction.
For the 6 month.
Correct, ma'am. So this is the temporary budget allowing us to operate.
That is the number 50,500,000, what, that's 50,519. I think that's what I have here. Okay. Oops, there's a lot of stuff here. Well, that's 27.
Yeah, it's $50,519,300. That's for the temporary fiscal year for the appropriations to get to allow us to spend, pay salaries and stuff before we pass the budget. As to what's in it, what they're spending the money on, that I don't know.
Yeah, but the first two ones were just for waterworks, and this one is for the whole city. Am I right or wrong?
Correct. This is the current operating budget.
For the whole city.
Yes.
Okay. I don't have any knowledge. I'm a city council person. No knowledge, so I have to ask. Thank you.
Okay. That would be roll call. 21-278, authorizing assignment of the tax sale. That's where we are.
Yes, ma'am. We're now moving on to resolution 21-278. And just for the record, 21-277 must be roll call, as well as 76 and 75 because they're budget resolutions. Next, we have resolution 21-278, resolution authorizing assignment of 12 tax sale certificates totaling $161,743.99 pursuant to NJSA 50:5-113.
Can we roll call that, please?
Roll call.
I didn't get an opportunity to look at the homes that are impacted there.
Roll call. Move on
So
to
noted, ma'am.
21-279, please.
Next, we have resolution 21-279, a resolution authorizing the city of Trenton to cancel taxes totaling $6,290.02 due to tax exempt status.
Was that was at the Calhoun property?
Let me take a look.
Oh, yeah, 942 Prospect Street.
That was for the property that they bought, the city bought.
The city bought
Comcast.
Yes, okay.
I'd like to proceed, man.
Consent.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have resolutions from the Department of Housing and Economic Development, Benjamin Delisle, Director. Resolution 21-280, a resolution of the City of Trenton, the County of Mercer, New Jersey, authorizing an appropriation of up to $350,000 from funds provided to the city by the United States Environmental Protection Agency as part of the Brownfields Cleanup Revolving Loan Fund program to provide for the cleanup of the former crane site and providing for the basis for the repayment of the funds by the city.
Can we roll call that, please?
Yeah, please. And I like to know, I read that resolution, but it's a little bit confusing to me. Why it said that it wasn't cleaned up, or because there's a lot of businesses in that site. I remember that the train company was closed in, I believe, 1971, 72, around that time. So I remember my brother used to work there, and that was a large lot. And there's a lot of buildings were built there. So what are they going to clean? What portion of it? Because it's a large, that comes almost from the police station to all the way to past the recreation center. That was a whole huge lot. I remember when there was a building there, when there were workers there. So what is it going to be cleaned? A portion of it?
The memo to the backups indicates crane site was formerly pottery factory. This is the public bid was held with the contract to propose to the city council for award in the amount of approximately $160,000 to attempt to complete the remediation. There is the contract to close out the closeout agreement between the United States Department of Protection Agency, Region 2, also attached to the backup, and that gives some more information. So, but as far as the closeout, I don't see where it actually has the finalized dates in it, so that would, I believe, Mr. Delisle can answer.
Yeah, I'm here. If I could answer, Council President?
Yes, already.
Thank you, Council President. Councilman, this is a property that the city has owned had owned back in the 80s. And you're right, it was sold, it was developed, but part of the redevelopment agreement and disposition agreement that was done at the time, the city retained environmental responsibility to clean up some outstanding issues. This area is called Test Pit Number 2. It's a smaller little bit of soil work or groundwater work that needs to be done. As the clerk pointed out, it's about $160,000 is what the last bid was to do the work. So again, it's a small amount of money. And this is using, we have an EPA Brownfields revolving loan fund. So this is a loan fund that the city has, and this resolution is needed. Basically, we're loaning money to ourselves or from the fund to do this work. And then we'll have to repay it at some point in the future. Again, you're right, it's private property, which is why you're wondering why, but we retained the environmental responsibility to do the cleanup, many years ago.
Yeah, it's a 1998, I believe.
Yeah, Councilman, it's a legacy thing that we're just dealing with and continuing to do the investigations and the cleanup. I can, try and again, I only know, what's the paper in front of me. If you'd like to get a little bit more detail on specifically what Test Pit Number 2 is, I'd be happy to have staff provide that to you.
Yeah, that way, 168,000 is little money for you. For me, that's 168,000 is a fortune. I never, that's for me. It's a lot of money.
No,
Trenton, it's a lot of money.
Council President?
So, Mr. Delisle, the 160,000 should do it, although it says up to 350,000 from the funds. They're going to take the 160,000 out of that 350,000.
Councilwoman, yes, that's correct. But of course, whenever you do environmental work, We use our best estimates on the extent of the contamination, but until we actually dig it out of the ground and get clean samples that show that we've done enough work, that's our best estimate at this time.
Is this the property that had the tanks?
The tanks, the one that was pulled. No, this is not tanks.
That's across from Poplar Street.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was an old pottery factory.
Council President?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
So, Mr. Delisle, a quick question for you. So it seems like it's a strategy of your department or yours around public property that the city owns that has, toxic that has, some toxic cleanup that has to be done. And why are we in the business of doing that? Why aren't we, is it a better strategy to sell the property and have the buyer be responsible for the cleanup? Why are we doing it?
Council President, is it all right if I respond?
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. Councilwoman Vaughn, there could be many different scenarios or issues where the city may elect to do the environmental cleanup. In this particular case, we retained liability. I don't know what the thinking was at the time, 30 years ago, why the city signed such an agreement, but they retained the environmental liability or the responsibility to do the cleanup. If the laws change on who's responsible, certainly if it was a city-operated site, say a Public Works, we would have to do the cleanup. If it's a site that maybe the environmental costs exceed the value of the property, right? You might have the contamination is more, and we can avail ourselves of state and federal grants to clean it up that a private developer would not be eligible for. That environmental cleanup has negative value. So if we can eliminate that or remove that to promote development, we would certainly want to do that. And then lastly, and just as importantly as all the other reasons, to remove contamination or toxic residues from the environment is a good thing for us to be doing as a municipality.
Yeah, but all of that you just stated, the buyer can do the same, right?
Councilman, certainly private entities can conduct environmental remediation. But again, if the cost of the cleanup exceeds the value of the property, right, so that it has such negative value as to make it financially infeasible to develop, to the extent we can avail ourselves of state or federal grants or loan programs such as this, we can help foster and further the development.
Well, I shall hope that when this piece of property comes back to council as redevelopment, it is redevelopment of property, prime redevelopment of property. I hope that you include the value of the cleanup that the city of Trenton has invested, right? So now the property should be valued at least minimum plus the $350,000, right, that you have put into it to clean it up, right? You're going to put that as part of your assessed value of the property.
Council President,
Mr. Delisle, and I just hope that you don't give the property away for $2,000 to some redeveloper. I mean, to some developer, right? I mean, we in City of Trenton, we invest all this money to clean up these properties and et cetera, and then we give them away for, pennies on a dollar to a developer. So I'm saying to you is I would much rather to sell the property for nothing and let them do the cleanup. That's just my opinion. Instead of us cleaning it up, pumping in millions of close to $500,000, and then we sell it to them for $2,000, right? And that's been the history of the city of Trenton. And I hope that's not in your plan to do that.
Most of the time,
I want to see this property sell, upwards after we clean it up, $500,000, $600,000 to a developer. They're not going to get it for $2,000. That's what I'm telling you, Mr. Delisle, because I know you have a history of giving land away in the city of Trenton for like pennies on the dollar.
Council President.
If you have, if any developer out there that's listening, and you want to think you're going to use public funds to clean it up and then turn it around to a developer for pennies on a dollar, then I'm just letting you know on the record that that's not what we're looking to do in the city of Trenton, Mr. Delisle. Anyways,
Mr. Collins, we can move on, please.
Yes, ma'am. Next, and for, so we were going to roll call that. Next, we have Resolution 21-283, resolution awarding a contract through a fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 19:44 Cap A -20.4 et sec to Max Span Real Estate, an auction company for live and online auctioneer services to dispose of city-owned real estate for a period of 1 year from July 1st, 2021 to June 30th, 2022 at 7% buyer's premium paid by the buyer per RFP 2021-20.
So, I would like to ask a question about this particular company. Was this the company that the city used for the last auction?
No.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from any of the council members?
Yes, Madam President. I hope that this time the properties that are sold, we don't have to give them back and give the whatever deposit back like we did a couple of weeks ago. Those inflated numbers from those bids and that auction, that was all inflated, and now we are getting all those properties back. Hopefully I don't have to see any more properties coming back to city council for us to return monies. So that we have to be careful about these companies and make sure that they get the deposit, because supposedly the last auction there were people that never turned in their deposits. Right? So I don't know, because I took a little real estate course years ago, but I guess the laws changed. Now you don't have to give deposit, but we have to be careful about these real estate companies, and the deals we're going to make. Make sure that those bidders, they know what they are getting into clearly, because, returning monies, I am not into returning any pennies. That's all I have to say.
Wait a minute, Council President?
No. So I wanted to say something before to Mr. Delisle about this particular, about our auction. Mr. Delisle, I want to make sure that when we auction property off, that we're not becoming banks holding mortgages, because the last auction we had, the city went into an agreement to hold the loan for the people that purchased the property. And so now we are considered some type of loan office for people purchasing houses in the auction. Mm-hmm. I've never heard of that before, that the city holds a mortgage on auction property. And if this was the case, then why didn't the city hold the mortgage for the gentleman that is begging for us to get his money back? How did the city take an auctioned off property and hold a mortgage on it? I need some answers to that. The public needs some answers to that.
Council President, would you like me to respond to that now, or?
No, you're going to have to respond. You don't have to respond now, but you're going to have to respond to this, because what you have done here in holding a mortgage for an auction property is put the city at a serious disadvantage. When we auction property off, it has to be auctioned off. The city is not in the business of holding mortgages. And for you to offer to hold a mortgage for one bidder and you don't offer to hold a mortgage for anyone else, that's a problem.
Well, Council President, if I may.
No, you may not. We're going to have to deal with this. We're going to have to deal with this, Mr. Delisle, because this, I don't want to speak to this no further than this, because the other auctioneers will seriously have a problem with us for this.
Council President, if I may, I believe that a memorandum was sent by the Law Department, Ms. Samuel, specifically addressing that issue. I don't know if you happen to receive that or not.
No, I didn't receive it, but I will be looking to discuss this. Are we going into executive session?
Yeah, we can go into executive session. I just wanted to make sure you received the memo about that, distinguishing the two, but we absolutely can discuss that in executive session. We did have a discussion about that on Thursday, and I promised to get you a memo on that. I saw the memo that was sent, but we can discuss that in executive session to clarify that issue. But I hear your question, and there are answers for that.
Can we all get that memo?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Council President?
Go right ahead.
Regarding Resolution 21-283, Max Span Real Estate Auction Company. I want to see the bids of other responders to the RFP. Mr. Delisle, were there other bidders?
Yes, Councilwoman, there were 5.
There were 5. So this company is located where, Mr. Delisle?
They're located in New Jersey. They are located in Annandale. They've been in business for over 50 years.
All right, I don't care. Annandale, Hunterdon County. They're in Hunterdon County in Annandale, New Jersey. I know where that is. And actually, isn't that where Princeton Hydro is from? It's in Hunterdon County. My concern is that I understand the technology that they're providing, and I don't understand why we're not using our own technology department and our own the current contract that we have that's in existence. So why do we even have to go out to this company when we already have this expertise and capability in-house?
Could you put that back on the screen, Mr. Conlon?
Mr. Council President, what's going on?
I was just asking him to place the.
I know, but you're over talking me.
You would ask for the list of the bidders, and I was just putting it on the screen.
Oh, I see. Okay.
And she just wanted me to put it back up for you.
Oh yeah, please. Okay, so the list of the bidders.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Collin, can you read those bidders off because I can't see them?
Sure. It is. I'll actually try to zoom in a little bit.
Perfect.
So those are the bidders right there. Liquidify Services Operations, LLC, Max Span Auctions Company, Maestro Technologies, Inc., who is actually our IT technology company, Hilco Real Estate Auctions, LLC, and Property Pilot, LLC, DBA, as somebody else.
Now, so Maestro's Technologies, why aren't we using them? And in my understanding and reading some of this information, their commission fee or their rate is much lower than Max Span. I think theirs is 3%, correct?
Council President, may I respond?
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you, Council President. Councilwoman, staff, a total of 4 different staff members reviewed each of the proposals and scored them.
I'm not asking you that, Mr. Delisle.
Councilwoman,
I already know about the scoring.
I could finich.
I'm just saying, no, you cannot. I answered the question. I'm asking you about the percentage. Which firm offers a better rate on the percentage of, I guess I call it a commission or fee. Which firm is lower? I thought Maestro was lower, right?
So, Councilwoman, I was attempting to answer your earlier question of why Max Span.
No, I just want to know about the 7% versus the 3%. I understand about the scoring. You guys done go through that every single time we questioned your selection. Now, Maestro Technologies is a technology group that's in-house at the city of Trenton. That's already existing contract. They have the capability. Why didn't you just go to them and get this done?
Because we did not find their bid to be responsive to the RFP. I'm looking for a real estate expertise and real estate auction company, not a technology solution. That is just one piece of it. But someone to conduct the auctions, the rules of the auctions, to position the real estate, to advertise it, and all their expertise is what we're looking for. The IT solution, if you will, or the platform is just one piece of what we're looking to do here. What
But clearly, Maestro was a qualified bidder. They made the cut.
No, these are the list of respondents.
Okay, so
as I was trying to explain to you, staff reviewed them, we scored them, and Max.
Okay, so
the highest.
Councilwoman, could he complete his sentence, please?
Well, I'm trying to complete mine, but go ahead.
Max Span provided the greatest services, or the most responsive to the RFP in our estimation. They have a lot of experience in conducting municipal auctions in New Jersey. They've done them for Atlantic City and Patterson and Irvington. And we just found their proposal to be most responsive. And again, we were looking for real estate services. The software platform was one component of it.
Okay, let me just be clear to you, Mr. DeLio. The real estate services, this is just an auction. You do that. That's why we pay you. Okay? So you've been conducting an auction since you've come on board, and other economic, and the city of Trenton, we've been doing it for years. So the way I see it is, the platform is everything. The technology is everything. The advertising is such a small component. The advertising itself it's embedded or inherent of the technology. So what do you mean advertisement? What are they going to do different than Maestro? Once you put it on the website, that's all the advertising you need. So what is it that they're going to do what capability are they going to do in advertising? Get out of here. So the website itself is the advertising. So I don't understand why we're not using Maestro, we're not doing this in-house, and why are we going to spend all this money to go out to outsource this? So if Maestro has the capability and is able to run the auction on online and deliver it in a robust fashion, and give a great end user experience, then let's go with Maestro. We don't have to spend any money. We don't have to contract outside, and you don't have to go up to North Jersey again to Patterson and all these other places to give these contracts to these individuals who cares who they are. But it makes no sense. I would want to see Maestro Technologies. They're a company in Trenton. They employ in Trenton. They are already an existing contract in City Hall. They services our platform. Totally integrated. You don't even have to go outside. It makes no sense. This is so inefficient it's just so inefficient. Cost and process wise. So and the other advantage of going with Maestro is that, we don't have to give a third party our information. Maestro has it right here. So no, that's all I have to say, Council President. And I want to look at that RFP. I want to know the write-up, how the job was described. And maybe Max Span does have all these other extra expertise, but we're not sourcing all those other expertise. We are only hiring to be able to contracting to be able to facilitate the auction.
Councilwoman.
Period. So all this other stuff is just fluff to give a contract or put your thumb on the scale for another vendor. So. We don't care if they can build the Brooklyn Bridge. We just need them to facilitate an auction of public properties. And if they could do it at a cheaper rate and they could do it quicker and faster and more efficient, and they're already in-house, then we should use them. Thank you, Council President.
Madam President, I would like for the director to be given the opportunity to read the scope of services for this contract. Certain statements were made that are not accurate, and I would like for the director to clear the record.
No, I would like to read that, Council President.
Okay, please, Council.
I made my statement.
Excuse me.
Okay. I don't really care what Mr. Cruz has to
Order, Councilwoman Vaughn.
He needs to be censored and
order, Councilwoman Vaughn. Mr. Dalal, you can send that information to the councilwoman, please. Mr. Collins, we may continue.
Yes, ma'am. 21-283 is roll call.
Yes.
always want to back talk and then I get muted.
Next, we have Department of Public Works, Wahid Bonatieri, Director, Resolution 21-284, Resolution grant authorizing the submission of a grant application and execution of a grant contract with the New Jersey Department of Transportation for the Chestnut Avenue between South Clinton Avenue and Greenwood Avenue rehabilitation project.
If there's no questions on this particular resolution, it could be part of the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-285, a resolution authorizing the submission of a grant application and execution of a grant contract with the New Jersey Department of Transportation for the Greenwood Avenue between South Clinton Avenue and South Logan Avenue rehabilitation project.
Is there any questions for this particular resolution? If not, it can be part of the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Next, we have Resolution 21-287, a resolution authorizing a contract awarded to Bucks County International, Inc. for the purchase of one 6x4 Packer rear loader chassis awarded through Middlesex Educational Services Commission of New Jersey, ESCNJ 20/21-55, 65 MCES CCPS in an amount not to exceed $123,938.
So these trucks, the question that I wanted to know about the rear loaders, are these new trucks going to be COVID ready, Mr. Bonatieri?
Good evening, Council President, and good evening, Council people. I just want to let you know that the trucks that are coming out now, they have a filter, inner filter, that allow us to change those filter intermittently as soon as we need to do, maybe every 3 months and stuff like that. So that is the only thing we have that would be for COVID in there.
Okay, so they are COVID ready.
Yes.
All right, that's my question to you. All right, we may that can be a part of the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-288, resolution authorizing a contract to Winter Ford for the purchase of one 2022 Ford F-350 four-wheel drive pickup truck for the Division of Traffic and Transportation Traffic Maintenance Shop through New Jersey State Contract Number T-2101 A88-758, awarded in an amount not to exceed $49,428.
Is there any questions for this particular resolution? If not, this could be added to the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-289, a resolution authorizing contract awarded to Whitkey Sanitation Equipment for the purchase of one Leach 2R111 25 cubic yard rear load body awarded through Middlesex Educational Services Commission of New Jersey, ESCNJ 20/21-55-55, 65 MCES CCPS, that's the contract number, in an amount not to exceed $95,613. How would you like to proceed, Council President? Once again, 21-289, top of page 6.
Alrighty. If there's no questions in reference to this resolution, then it may be added to the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. That was 21-289. Next, we have 21-290, a resolution awarding a contract for Custom Bandec Inc. for the purchase of tires and tire repairs for various department divisions for a period of 1 year from June 24, 2021 to June 23, 2022 through the County of Somerset Open Extended Contract number CC-0016-19 Cooperative Pricing Bid number 2 SOCCP in an amount not to exceed $48,000.
Is there any questions for this particular resolution? If there's no questions for this particular resolution, we may move it to the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-291, a resolution authorizing a contract to American Asphalt Company, Inc. for the purchase of hot mix asphalt for New Jersey State Contract Number T-0155-18-Fleet-00638 from May 15, 2021 to January 31st, 2022 in an amount not to exceed $103,420.76.
Madam President?
Yes, go right ahead, Councilman.
If $350,000 was little money, I see that this is very little money for what we need.
Councilman, you're not coming clear. Could you speak up into the mic, please?
That we should increase this amount, because if you drive around Trenton, you will see that we have holes all over, and we need to work on that. The American Rescue Plan said that we can use some of that money for damage that waterworks have done to our roads, projects that are unfinished by waterworks. That's what specifically they said that. You should research on that and have a plan to get monies from the ones that are supposed to go to waterworks to fix up the roads that they damage across the years. That is part that is allowed. So I believe that we should invest right now a lot more money than $103,000. That's going to be what, for a couple of days? It's going to be used in a couple of days, $103,000 worth of it. I don't know if this is the right amount. Maybe it should be $1 million there, not $103,000 or $2 million. You know, why is Director Onotiri asking for so little money for something that we have a need for a lot, and this is for the whole year? Are we going to be with other contracts with other vendors for more than this? Because this is not enough. That's all I have to say.
The statement that I would like to make to the administration and to Mr. Onotiri is that the governor has $200 million for the Department of Transportation. Out of that $200 million, how much are we getting, Director, for our roads? Because that $2 million is going to be divided amongst the 565 municipalities. How much of it are we going to get? Because our roads is a hot mess. The state workers will be back in full force in July. We should have been one of the first on the list for that $200 million. How much of that are we getting for our roads? Can you answer that, Director?
Yes, Council President. Thank you. Let me first of all respond to Councilman Rodriguez about the $103,000 in front of you. This money is really not, this is just money I rake up left over from previous years. I put it together just to have something going before we have the real money that I'm really expecting for Public Works to do our road construction. So something is still coming before you other than this. Like I said, this is just some remnant of money from previous leftover change. And the money from the state, if you notice, we have a lot of money coming from the states for various projects. We have that West State, Chestnut, Lamberton, Greenwood Avenue, all this money, they're coming from the states. And I really can't give you exact figure how much we're going to be receiving from them, but I do believe we're receiving a large chunk of money to do our road construction through the contractors from NJDOT.
Thank you, Ms. Sanitary, but I would appreciate a number from you, because those Chestnut Avenue and those and Greenwood and those projects were already on the way before the governor got that 200 million. I need to know how much we're going to get out of that 200 million.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Collin, that could be added to the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have resolutions to the Department of Water and Sewer, Mark Lavenberg, Director. First, we have Resolution 21-292, a resolution awarding a contract to Custom Bandag, Inc. for the replacements that are being used by the TWW Garage for the Construction and Maintenance Office for the County of Somerset, open-ended contract number CC-0016-19, cooperative pricing bid number 2, SOCCP, for a period of 1 year from June 11, 2021 to June 10, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $40,000. Floor is open.
Roll call, please.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-294, a resolution amending the contract which was awarded through a non-fair and open process in accordance with NJSA 40A11-3 et sec. To the law office of Riker, Danzig, Scherer, Highland, and Peretti, LLP, to provide professional legal services regarding special counsel litigation involving the Department of Environmental Protection in an amount not to exceed $75,000, thereafter amended not to exceed $275,000 through RFP 2020-37.
Is there any questions for this particular resolution? If no questions, then we'll add it to the roll call. To the consent agenda.
Okay. Just wanted to check something. Yes, that is added to the consent. Next, we have Resolution 21-295, resolution authorizing the execution of addendum number 2 to the option and license agreement between licensor, City of Trenton Sewer and Utility, and licensee, New Singular Wireless PCS LLC. Floor is open. How would you like to proceed, madam?
Roll call.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-296, a resolution accepting a bid and awarding a contract to do...
Sorry, I was on mute. I had a question about that one because you guys muted me. I had a question. What's the singular wireless for the sewer department?
Council President, if I may answer.
Go right ahead, Mr. Lavenberg.
Yes, Councilwoman. Quite some time ago, I believe before I started, the city entered into a contract with Singular Wireless to install a cell tower at the sewer facility site. They were challenged by another wireless company. So while it is pending in court, it exceeded the date. So we're doing an extension to get this tower built.
Can we roll call that, Council President?
Yes.
It's already been called, ma'am.
Okay.
Council President, would you like me to proceed?
Yes, please.
Next, we have Resolution 21-296, a resolution accepting bid and awarding a contract to Ducon Inc. for water main improvements at Klockner Road and associated side roads for a period of 1 year from June 24, 2021 to June 23, 2022, in an amount not to exceed $2,277,884 through bid 2021-33.
Madam President?
Go right ahead, Councilman Rodriguez.
Is this company, Ducon, the only one that we contract with? They get all the monies, over $2 million. They got contracts for the reservoir, they're supposed to. And like every month we get a contract, new contract for these people. $500,000 here, $1 million there, now over $2 million. Wow. Yeah, very, and we're gonna fix up the roads in Hamilton. We're gonna do a nice job in Hamilton. How about Waterworks doing the same job down in Perry Street? It's all destroyed. All over the city, the Waterworks have torn it apart for years. How about using those couple of $1 million for Trenton? How about that?
Council President?
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Are you done, Councilman Rodriguez?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, we just, a couple months ago, I recall, we just passed a resolution for Ducon to get $700,000. Mr. Lavenberg?
Yes,
We
that is
just passed
true.
the resolution, I believe it was for $600-something thousand, right?
Cover for Gingoli.
Yes, that is
Right?
true.
No, yeah. So, I mean, are they coming back? Why don't they draw down from that contract first? Or they already
Well,
drew down from that contract?
this was a completely different contract. The contract was duly, okay.
Go ahead. What was the other, I mean, again, I don't know what other services Ducon performs other than, I guess, sewer pipes.
No, they do water main repairs, they do water main replacements, and they're one of two companies in Central Jersey that does cleaning and lining of water mains. Which is
Go ahead.
which is far less expensive than actually replacing the water mains. So this is utilizing, I believe, a bond ordinance from 2016 for cleaning and lining. It is one of another thing that Trenton Waterworks is very proud of. The 700 miles of water mains that we've had to date historically, we've cleaned and lined about 500 miles of that, which is quite an undertaking. And this is a much needed project for the Klockner area where the fire flows are extremely low, and I might add dangerously low.
Okay.
But this was advertised as another contract. It's not part of another contract.
How many bidders responded on this contract?
To the best of my knowledge, I know of two.
Okay.
That would be Ducon and Kramer was the other one, and I believe the numbers were extremely close. For a number this size, I think they were like around $50,000 apart.
Okay, so why not? Did you say Kramer?
Yes, I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Kramer.
Okay, so since Ducon is on constant rotation, why not give it to Kramer?
Well, I think I'm supposed to award it to the lowest responsible bidder by law.
No, that's not.
Well,
Mr.
we would have to ask council that question or purchasing.
Okay,
This isn't an
again,
RFP,
go back.
it's a bid.
There's a combination, right, of criteria. It's not one. It's not just the lowest bidder. We don't always have to go with the lowest bidder. We can choose the quality as well. If a bid is low and we have proven that this bidder, this contractor has not performed a quality job or doesn't have the necessary equipment, whatever, we don't have to choose them. It's a misnomer and misinformation to say to this council time and time again, and the law is clear, and I can ask Mr. Kaloji to pull the law,
I wish you would.
that you do not have to only go with the lowest bidder. And I don't want to hear from the business administrator because I have no confidence in him at all. Mr. Kaloji, can you please, for the next council session on Thursday, pull the New Jersey local contract law and tell us what is the criteria used to select to select from a population of bidders?
But we're only talking about a bid situation as opposed to a professional service or anything else. In other words, they advertise bids or repair a street, they get bids. That's the question.
That is correct.
Okay.
Because I just want to make sure that there's multiple criteria, not just the sole criteria of they're the lowest. They came in as the lowest.
Madam President, if I may, if Mr. Kaloji can concentrate on Resolution 21-296.
No. Mr. Cruz, please.
No, I want Mr. Kaloji to concentrate on the law.
296 is in question right now.
No, it's not.
Please, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Cruz, please.
There goes Mr. Know-it-all.
So I want to know the criteria has to be applied against the population of the bidder and how we can select them. And I don't think it's just one.
Mr. Kaloji, could you have that for the councilwoman before?
I will have that for Thursday.
All righty. Thank you so much, Mr. Collin. Roll call.
And can you roll call that, Council President?
Yes, I've already asked. We may continue.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have resolutions to the Department of Health and Human Services, Dr. Adela Lopez, Director. First, we have Resolution 21-297, a resolution authorizing the application to and authorizing acceptance of award from the New Jersey Department of Community Affairs Municipal Lead Abatement Pilot Program.
Consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have resolutions to the Department of Recreation, Natural Resources, and Culture, Maria Richardson, Director. First, we have Resolution 21-247, a resolution authorizing the City of Trenton Department of Recreation, Natural Resources, and Culture to apply for and accept a $500,000 Urban Park Initiative grant to construct improvements at 104 Taylor Street for fiscal year 2022.
This is the one that Councilwoman Vaughn questioned and spoke to earlier. If there's no questions for it, do we want to add it to the consent agenda? We'll add this to the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-249, a resolution authorizing the City of Trenton Department of Recreation, Natural Resources, and Culture to apply for and accept a $1 million Green Acres grant to construct a skate park and associated courts at Antico Square for originated in fiscal year 2020.
Consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Next, we have Resolution 21-298, a resolution accepting and awarding a negotiated contract to Carson Food Services to provide breakfast and lunch for the 2021 Summer Food Service Program from July 7, 2021 to August 27, 2021, in an amount not to exceed $218,501.80.
This can also be added to the consent agenda.
Yes, ma'am. Next,
I have a question for the director. Director Richardson.
Yes, Council President.
Yes, Director, did they add the bottled water to the menu?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure. You're welcome.
My apologies. I stepped away from the computer for a second, but I did hear my name. What was the question?
It was for Ms. Richardson, sir.
Oh, my apologies.
You may continue, Mr. Conlon.
Council President, did you want to proceed to the walk-ons, or did you want to proceed to the ordinances and do the walk-ons after the document?
Yeah, proceed to the ordinances, and then we'll do the walk-ons at the end.
Yes, ma'am. So we have next, we're going to have first reading and introduction to set the public hearing dates for, and looking at the calendar, our next meeting is going to be July 7th. I do have to figure out an advertising issue. I don't have enough time to add, Adam, just to let you know in finance, I do not have enough time to advertise between the 24th and the new meeting date of July 8th to meet the bond, because I'll never get the advertising. They won't have the advertising time, so this is going to have to actually be set for a public hearing for the August 5th meeting. Just to let you all know up front, because of the 10-day advertising requirement, I will double check that before Thursday, and I'll find an answer for you. I believe these have to be advertised for 10 days, and I just won't have the time between the meeting dates. If not, I'll let you all know on Thursday. That is 21014, bond ordinance providing for the replacement of the water main pipe along Olden Avenue in the Trenton Waterworks service area by the water utility of the city of Trenton, the county of Mercer, state of New Jersey, appropriating $4 million therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $4 million of bonds or notes to finance the cost thereof. Of course, it must be a roll call, but the floor is open for questions.
Yes, go right ahead. Yes, go right ahead,
Yes,
Councilman Rodriguez.
I have to say the same. Why don't we try to get this $4 million from the American Rescue Plan instead of issuing more bonds? We're getting debt after debt after debt, especially from waterworks. And we are not getting anything from waterworks because they don't even have a surplus. That's why we were told a couple of months ago that there was no surplus, that surplus money, $8 million, they disappear. And we should contemplate getting monies from the American Rescue Plan for these projects. Or from the 18-41.
Council President?
Go right ahead, Councilwoman Vaughn.
Well, I concur with Councilman Rodriguez, but I will add to that is that, again, Trenton Waterworks, the Department of Water and Sewer, it's not a separate entity of the city of Trenton. It's part of the government of the city of Trenton. And it's one of our self-liquidating utilities, as we talked about earlier. And it helps fund the municipality. And that surplus account is very important. So I don't understand why it's not being managed and why it's not being reported transparently to the residents of this, taxpayers of this city. Last budget cycle, the mayor unilaterally accessed those funds, depleted the surplus account and usurping council without even coming to council for approval. Coming to council for approval is not a personal thing across the 7 members. When the mayor has to come to the council, he in essence is coming to get approval from the citizens and the residents and the taxpayers of the city. So if he thinks that, oh, I don't have to go to council, I don't have to go to McBride, Vaughn, Mishaw, Rodriguez, Caldwell-Wilson, Blakely, and Harrison. No, but he has to come to us because we represent the residents and taxpayers of the city. And he circumvented that process. And he depleted that surplus account. Until this day, we don't even know what he did with that money. So we need accountability there, and it should be investigated. And I'm going to raise a resolution to do that. But as far as now, that surplus could be used to offset the cost of enhancing the water infrastructure. We shouldn't have to bond all the time. We should not have to go to bond financing every time we need funds to assist in those remediation efforts. That's what the surplus account is for. And that's why it's supposed to be that utility is supposed to be self-liquidating. All the revenue that come in from from our customers come from the city residents. We raise the rates to generate a certain level of revenue to be able to pay for the infrastructure enhancements that are required by the EPA. So all the residents and our customers who have called and complained that the water rates have increased and their water bills are significantly higher, well, that money is supposed to be used to remediate the infrastructure. And here we are, they're coming for bonds. So no, Mark Lavenberg, no, Mayor Reed-Gussior, no more bond issuance because you increase the water rates. And that revenue should be sufficient as the consulting firm that we hired to do the analysis and the forecasting has reported that those revenues are sufficient enough over the next 10 years to be able to maintain Trenton Waterworks as a self-liquidating utility. So any revenues outside of that's generated from those fees should cover all the operating expenses and the majority of the costs to operating costs and remediation costs, and there should be some surplus left for the taxpayers' property tax relief. That's when the mayor does not fleece the surplus account. And when he doesn't tell the taxpayers what he did with that money. So that's the way the water utility and the parking utility and the sewer utility is supposed to work. And any other municipality is supposed to work that way. But all we do here, Mark Lavenberg does not come to council and tell us how much revenue is being generated on a monthly basis from the water rates that's supposed to be used to fund water infrastructure remediation. Instead, he just comes and tells us that he has to get another bond to be able to finance those costs. And that's sad. And that has to change. And we need to hear from the forensic audit to get more clear answers as to what's going on and how come that money, that extra revenue that's being generated over there is not being properly or efficiently managed or utilized. So I'm not going to be voting for any more bonds for the Trenton Waterworks until I get clear accountability of all the revenue that's been generated over the past year since those water rates were increased. Because that water utility now should be well-funded, it should be self-liquidating, it should be generating enough revenue over there to cover these costs and related to infrastructure improvements and lead line replacement, along with some of the bonds that we've already financed. So I don't understand where these are additional requests are coming from. So and that's all I have to say about that. It's pretty concerning. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, bond counsel. Mr. Johnson, Everett Johnson, the bond counsel, he's gone.
No, I'm here. I'm sorry.
Right. I wanted to ask you, because my calculation says that we drew down $108 million in bonds. We drew down $50 million. We repurposed $14 million that was left over from 2013. We did 25 and repurposed one. Our initial one was the 16 million that they had told us that it was going to be forgiven from the infrastructure bond just to go to DEP and find out that they didn't even have any money at the time. So $108 million is what we've already bonded out. Am I correct with those numbers?
Council President, that's not my understanding. And obviously I'm going off memory here from last year. But I know that, as mentioned earlier, $25 million was proposed to be issued for lead service lines.
We did a $25 million.
And then there was $50 million and there was $33 million. The $33 million never passed.
I'm not talking about the $33 million that never passed. I'm talking about the $50 million. I'm talking about the $25 million. I'm talking about the 10. I think it was 10 or 14 million that we repurposed from 2013, and then the initial 16 million that we took out from the door. Let me just get
and 15 million under Dr. Shea.
So let's start with the $15 million. The $15 million was for lead service lines that goes back in, I believe it was 2019. And that funded phase one, was my recollection of the lead service line replacement project. The way I was supposed to work was, and I think it is work, I know, $9 million of that $15 million is going to be principally forgiven because the program at the time said 90% of the first $10 million will be principal forgiveness. So the city's going to pay back $6 million of the $15 million that was issued in 2019. So that was the $15 million for phase one. The $25 million that was approved last year for phase two, that just was the city approved an ordinance. No debt has been issued under that $25 million. They approved the ordinance. The resolution that was on before tonight was to authorize the issuance of the actual notes. So the order was approved last year, but no debt for that $25 million has ever been issued by the city.
Okay, so all right, so we approved the 25 million.
Correct.
You said it was 15. The first 15 from the infrastructure bank. What about the 14 million that they wanted to repurpose that had been out there? They did repurpose that for the lead line service.
I'm not familiar with that. I'm not. I don't think I was involved in the repurposing of 13 million.
It was either please find that bond that they repurposed from 2013. I believe it was either 14 or 10 million, and then the 50 million. Okay, and then on top of all of that, the one that Councilman Rodriguez is talking about, the 18 million that they did under Mr. Chester. They never spent the $9 million, and they should have come before us to repurpose that money because it's $9 million just out there, and the attorney fees keep drawing down on the monies, and that money should have been repurposed for that the covering of that reservoir, because that was the initial purpose for those bonds.
I will defer to Lautenberg on the repurposing and what they need the money for. I know that the council adopted an ordinance canceling a lot of appropriations, I want to say beginning of last year, for projects that were funded with bond ordinances that were no longer needed or utilized, either were no longer a priority for the water utility or had not been implemented. I know they canceled, I want to say maybe $30 million of
37 million
of appropriations. So I know that was done, and my understanding was that everything that wasn't canceled was allocated for specific projects that was still a priority for the water utility. Some of which had not yet been, established or started at that point in time.
So I'm clear on there was 25. The first bond was 15 million.
Correct.
And I'm very clear on that because when they pushed that bond to us, they told us that the infrastructure bank was going to forgive it, and at the time, the infrastructure bank had no monies, and so they came to us with, just feeding us false information.
Well, what happened?
Then we did the 25 million. Then we did the 50 million. Then they repurposed the 10. I'll go as low as saying 10, but I believe that repurposed bond from 2013 was 14 million. I'll find that because it's between 14 and 10. That would bring us, the 10 million would bring us up to 100 million if we find out that bond they repurposed was 14 million. It'll bring us up to 104 million. The only monies out of that was the 50 million that they said was going to the lining, the covering of the reservoir and the tanks or whatever. Then they took and spent $67,000 for the property at Comcast. Now, what I'm saying to the administration and to you, Everett, because you should have these bonds, when you come onto this meeting, you should have the number that we have already bonded out. But I'll find that repurposed bond, and so far it's 100 million. And if the bond come up to be 14 million, it will be 104. Now, out of that 104 million, 50 of them was to go to the covering of the reservoir. And they said, hey, we're not going to cover it now. We're thinking about a whole lot of other different things to do. And we're going to spend $67,000 on the property that Comcast owned. So we only have out of 45, 55, and maybe 59 million, we only have 4,000 lead lines replaced by the contractors. 600 of them were replaced by the city employees. And we're already running behind schedule, and now you want to bond out 25 more million dollars. And what I'm saying to you all is that why are we bonding out instead of making those contractors catch up and get this work done? If they have $3 million left over and they are behind, it's up to them to hire more manpower. It's not up for Mr. Lavenberg to come to us to draw more money down. If they need to hire more men to complete their job, then they need to take the $3 million that they have left and hire more men. Why is that our responsibility when they were hired to cover those lead lines and to complete those lead lines? And now Lavenberg is saying, you know what? Give us 25 more million and we'll go out and hire 2 more contractors. I don't think it works like that. I think that the contractors that we hired should have bought more manpower and got the job done.
So,
I don't think.
I don't want to, I'm sorry, Council President, I don't want to, how can I put it? In terms of what I felt was happening on the lead service lines is that the first 15 million was for phase 1, and that was going to be a percentage of the lead service line replacement. There was always going to be multiple phases. And my understanding is that those contracts that were out there are for a certain percentage of lead lines, and I don't think the contracts that are already out there are for set with 21%. I thought those contracts that already been signed by the city might have been somewhere around 7%, and that phase 2 would then cover additional percentages to get to the 21%. So it was never my understanding that the phase 1 contract of $15 million would fund 21%. It was my understanding that would fund some lesser percentage, like 7%, and that the phase 2, 25 million will finance the balance of the 20 to 21%. So my understanding is that even if the current contractors completed all the lead service lines that they were contracted to do, you would still need this phase 2, $25 million to go to the second phase of completing to get to 21%. And also the 25 million, as was mentioned earlier, $12.5 million of which is going to be forgiven by the iBank. So you're borrowing 25 million, but you're only paying back $12.5 million for lead service line replacements, which I thought was a pretty good deal. In terms of the $50 million, I do recall that. I believe 30 million was for the reservoir, and I believe 20 million was for meter replacement. So that $50 million was not all for reservoir. 20 million was for meter replacement. I don't, I'm not familiar with any $10 million reappropriation of debt for lead service lines. The only lead service line loan that I worked on that closed was the $15 million. There was no other money that's been issued to my knowledge.
Yes, there was a bond that was repurposed.
For lead service lines?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
I'm not.
No, this is Ron Zielinski. That $14 million got canceled completely. It was not repurposed. It was canceled.
Well, Mr. Zielinski, I'll have Mr. Conlon look it up. I'm sure that it was repurposed because I voted no. I voted against it. But anyways, I just wanted to bring that to the administration's attention. I believe that the contractors has fell far behind, and at the end of the day, the administration will be saying it's the council's fault because they didn't draw down $25 million when they, in turn, are allowing those contractors not to meet the goals that were intended for us to meet that ACO. Thank you. Mr. Collin, you may move forward.
Yeah, just to note 2 things for the record. One, I do have enough time to advertise for July 8th public hearing for the second readings of these ordinances. But number two, 21014 will not be heard on Thursday unless I receive a supplemental debt statement filed with me prior to that hearing, prior to that introduction, which also must be filed with the Director of Division of Local Government Services. So Adam, can you please make sure I get, or Mr. Zelinsky, can you please make sure I just get the SDS tomorrow sometime? And I greatly appreciate that. Next, also set for public hearing July 8th, or if it passes and is introduced, public hearing will be July 8th, 2021 for Resolution 21-016 Community Gardens Program Ordinance amending Chapter 54 City-Owned Property of the Code of the City of Trenton to create a Community Gardens Program. Floor is open. That would have to be roll call because it's an ordinance. Just to note for the record, this also has to be roll call, or it would have to be roll call 21-299, a resolution to enter executive session, authorizing City Council of the City of Trenton to hold an executive session which excludes the public, personnel opportunity to be heard pursuant to Trenton City Code, attorney-client privilege, auction purchase procedures, methods of payment, and personnel discussion of a workplace incident. As President, we have, prior to public portion on docket items only, we do have 4 walk-on resolutions that are being, council members, I have a request from you to walk on resolutions. If you are walking on a resolution, please speak up now. I have 266 and 267. I just want to confirm that those are
the only ones that we are going to be working on.
Right, those are the ones I'm working on.
Okay, so I received...
For $15 million, I never heard of that before.
Yeah, I received that today from the administration indicating that this was going to be walked on by somebody. Is that not the case?
Walked on, yes.
Well, I'm not talking about 66 and 67, which is the hazard pay provisions. I'm actually talking about 21-68 before I go into this. This is I received 3 different copies at 4 o'clock saying this was being walked on by a council member. Is there a council member walking on 268 as well?
What is 268?
It's a resolution authorizing the issuance of economic assistance payments. But once again, if nobody's walking it on and nobody's familiar with it, then it's not being walked on. I just want to make a clarification. Somebody in the administration told me that was. If no council member is walking this on, I'm not going to proceed. I want to proceed in accordance with...
Mr. Collin, move forward with the 267 and the 268, please.
Okay, so this is 266 and 267. So I'm going to put this up on the screen for the public's edification.
Yes, it goes council member.
So this is resolution we'll go with 267. I don't have a scan of 266 just yet. So I'll read 266 into the record first. This is resolution 21-266. Pay attention carefully. This is a resolution authorizing an appropriation, and these will be posted with the packet tomorrow for the public. Resolution authorizing an appropriation of $122,916.64 pursuant to the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 to provide premium hazard pay to the eligible employees of the Trenton Free Public Library. Whereas since the first case of coronavirus disease 2019 COVID-19 was discovered in the United States in January 2020, the disease has okay.
Something else. You ate the whole thing?
Okay, can you please mute that person, please? Thank you. Whereas, since the first case of coronavirus disease 2019 COVID-19 was discovered in the United States in January 2020, the disease has infected over 32 million and killed over 575,000 Americans. And whereas COVID-19 is spread throughout the inhalation of air expelled from an infected person containing small droplets of particles that contain the virus, having these small droplets and particles land on the eyes, nose, mouth, or touching the eyes, nose, and mouth with hands that have had the virus on them. And whereas the governor of the state of New Jersey declared a public health emergency and state of emergency in March 2020, whereas the governor ordered individuals to socially distance and work from home wherever practical, whereas essential employees were unable to work from home during the public health emergency, whereas the essential workers have put their physical well-being of that and their families at risk to meet the daily needs of the citizenry, and whereas the President Biden signed into law the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, Public Law number 117-2, which provides financial support to the state and local localities in order to assist the government's units in addressing the impacts of COVID-19 on their communities. whereas the city of Trenton has been allocated approximately $73 million in funding through the state and local fiscal recovery plan, SLFRP, established under the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. And whereas the city of Trenton has received $36,456,999 in SLR-FRP funds under the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. Whereas the United States Department of Treasury and their interim final rule and coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery fund interim final rule allows metropolitan cities to provide premium hazard pay to eligible essential workers for essential work performed during the COVID-19 public health emergency in recognition of the elevated health risks that these employees faced and continue to face during the public health emergency. And whereas the interim final rule provides that eligible workers include a broad classification of employees, including those performing educational work, and whereas the interim final rule defines essential work as work not performed while teleworking and that involves regular interactions with the public or coworkers or their regular handling of items handled by the public or coworkers, and whereas the internal final rule limits premium hazard pay to an amount not to exceed $13 per hour per worker, not to exceed $25,000 per worker in the aggregate. And whereas the internal final rule also requires a written justification of how the premium hazard pay is responsive to workers performing essential work during the public health emergency, if the premium hazard pay would increase the workers' total pay above 150% of their state or county's average annual wage. And whereas the Trenton Free Public Library was incorporated in 1900 and serves the residents of the city of Trenton. And whereas the Trenton Free Public Library remained accessible to the public during the public health emergency due to the efforts of the Trenton Free Public Library's employees. And whereas the employees of the Trenton Free Public Library are eligible essential workers to perform essential work as defined in the internal final rule. And whereas the internal final rule permits the transfer of SLR-FRP funds to eligible third-party employers with eligible workers performing essential work. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Trenton, County of Mercer, State of New Jersey, the Department of Administration is hereby authorized to accept a premium hazard plan from the TFL, Trenton Free Public Library. Upon the Trenton Free Public Library submission of its premium hazard plan to the Department of Administration, shall be reviewed and determined that the Trenton Free Public Library premium hazard pay plan comports with the interim final rule. 3, upon such a finding, the Department of Administration shall be authorized to take all required actions to appropriate funds in an amount not to exceed $122,916.64 from the SLFRP funds received by the City of Trenton through the city budgeting account RFF 2130-365A-299. And 4, the Department of Administration shall retain all records in accordance with the interim final rule and any subsequent guidance. This is proposed to be walked on, Council President, by Mr. Harrison for Thursday's meeting. How would you like to proceed, ma'am?
It's up to Mr. Harris.
Exactly, I want it on the docket. So walk it on.
Madam President, you're approving it for a walk-on?
Yeah, I'll approve it for a walk-on.
So Resolution 21-266 will be approved for a walk-on. A copy will be made available to the public tomorrow morning.
Mr. Collin, I want to speak to that resolution.
That's for the Trenton Free Public Library. Do you want me to do the hazard pay for the municipal employees first, or do you want to speak to both of them now?
I can speak to both of them. You can go ahead and do the hazard pay, and we can speak to both of them.
Yes, ma'am. So this is Resolution 21-267. This is a resolution authorizing the City of Trenton to provide premium hazard pay to the eligible employees and appropriates $7,962,208.36 pursuant to the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. And this one I do actually have a scan of, so I'm going to put it up on the screen.
And we didn't get a copy of this here revised resolution that you have. The council never received it.
I did email it out very late today because I received most of this very late today. So, but this one actually did go out today. I had the other two I received very late. I sent all 4 of them at once. This is Resolution 21-267, a resolution authorizing the City of Trenton to provide premium hazard pay to eligible municipal employees and all appropriate $7,962,208.36 pursuant to the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. Whereas since the first case of coronavirus disease 2019 was discovered in the United States in January 2020, disease has infected over 32 million. Pretty much all of the whereas clauses are the same, but I'm going to read them anyway, so I hate to do that to you, but it is necessary. has killed over 575,000 Americans, and whereas COVID-19 is spread through the inhalation of air expelled from an infected person containing small droplets of particles that contain the virus, having these small droplets and particles land on the eyes, nose, or mouth, or touching the eyes, nose, or mouth with hands that have the virus on them. And whereas the governor of the state of New Jersey declared a public health emergency and state of emergency in March 2020, and whereas the governor ordered individuals to socially distance and work from home wherever practical, and whereas essential employees were unable to work from home during the public health emergency, and whereas these essential workers have put their physical well-being and that of their families at risk to meet the daily needs of the citizenry, and whereas President Biden signed into law the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, Public Law 117-2, which provides financial support to state and localities in order to assist the government units in addressing the impacts of COVID-19 on their communities. Whereas the city of Trenton has been allocated approximately $73 million in funding to the state and local fiscal recovery program, SLFRP, established under the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021. Whereas the city of Trenton has received $36,456,999 in SLFRP funds under the American Rescue Plan Act of 2021, and whereas the United States Department of Treasury in their internal final rule on coronavirus and local fiscal recovery funds internal final rule allows metropolitan cities to provide premium hazard pay to eligible essential workers for their essential work performed during the COVID-19 public health emergency in recognition of the elevated health risks that those employees continue to face during the public health emergency. And whereas the internal final rule provides that eligible workers include a broad classification of employees, including sanitation, disinfection, and cleaning work, maintenance work, social services work, public health work, emergency response work, and any work performed by an employee of a state, local, or tribal government. And whereas the interim final rule defines essential work as not being performed while teleworking and that involves regular interaction with the public or coworkers or the regular handling of items by the public or coworkers. And whereas the interim final rule limits premium hazard pay to an amount not to exceed $13 per hour per worker and not to exceed $25,000 per worker in the aggregate. And whereas the interim final rule requires a written justification of how the premium hazard pay is responsive to workers performing essential work during the public health emergency if the premium hazard pay would increase a worker's total pay above 150% of the higher of their state or county's average annual wage. And whereas the city employee's primary job functions require regular in-person interactions or regular physical handling of items that were also handled by others. And whereas the city employees were charged with maintaining operations of essential department services to protect the health and well-being of residents and businesses. And whereas the city employees have put their physical well-being and that of their families at risk to meet the daily needs of the city residents and businesses. And whereas the city employs up to 1,300 employees where more than 25% contracted the virus known as COVID-19. And whereas the city of Trenton desires to support its employees who were in their physical workplace the duration of the public health emergency with the allocation of premium hazard pay as provided for the interim final rule. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City of Trenton by the City Council of the City of Trenton, County of Mercer, State of New Jersey, the Department of Administration is hereby authorized to implement a premium hazard pay plan for eligible City of Trenton employees. 2, the Department of Administration shall be authorized to take all required actions to appropriate funds in an amount not to exceed $7,962,208.36 from the SLFRP funds received by the City of Trenton through the city budget account RFF 2130-365A-299. 3, the Department of Administration shall retain all records in accordance with the interim final rule and any subsequent guidance. Council President, a request from Mr. Harrison to walk this on. How would you like to proceed, man?
I haven't heard him request it.
I request it.
All right,
I second it.
Okay, so they can, it could come on.
Yes, ma'am. So, Council President has suspended the rule. Do any council members object to the suspending of the rule? Hearing none opposed, Council President's discretion to allow those to be walked on has been upheld, and they will be walked on as 266 and 267. Council President, I also have another request from the administration for the walk-on with regard to the July 4th holiday. I do need a council member to walk this on if you want to pass it.
I walk it on.
Okay, so Mr. Rodriguez would like to walk on. I don't have a resolution number here because this came down at 4:30. But if I can believe it is 302 or 303. So I'll note that for the record on Thursday. I believe it is 3:02. I'm just looking, and I don't see a 3:02. So I believe this will be resolution number 302. I'll read it into the record real quick, and we'll go from there. Okay, so this is resolution 21-302, assuming the 302 has not been occupied, otherwise it'll be 303. This is a resolution amending resolution 20-668, closing municipal buildings on certain holidays observed by the city of Trenton 2021. Whereas resolution 20-668 identifies Friday, July 2nd, 2021 as a holiday in observance of the Independence Day. And whereas a state and federal observation will take place on Monday, July 5th, 2021, and whereas the city of Trenton desires to change the Friday, July 2nd, 2021 holiday to Monday, July 5th to reflect the state and federal observation. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Trenton hereby acknowledges the change to reflect the Independence holiday to Monday, July 5th, 2021. Council President, this is Resolution 21-302. Do you wish to permit the walk-on?
Yes.
Council President suspended the rule for 21-302. Council President, that is the end of the docket and the walk-ons. The resolution 21-268 will be put forward for the next meeting. The remainder of the docket is done. Council President, the next item on the docket or on the agenda would be the public comment on docket items only. Would you like to open the floor up to the public now?
Yes, go right ahead.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the public. Accordingly, we're afforded 10 minutes to speak. If you wish to be recognized by the Trenton City Council to speak, please do so. But Council President, I did want to remind you did want to make a statement about the American Rescue Plan.
I'll make it during my civic comment.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, anybody wish to be recognized by the Trenton City Council President for public comment on docket items only? Okay, second call, ladies and gentlemen. This is for public comment on docket items only for the conference session for June 22nd for the docket of June 24th, 2021. Second call. Do I have a motion to close public comment?
Hello?
Sherry Garrett, Council President.
Yes.
Yes, go right ahead, Ms. Garrett.
Okay, thank you, Council President McBride. I'm going to start off and go through this quickly since I only have 10 minutes. The communication, there's 10 court claims, which is, again, here we go, more money coming out of the city. I have a suggestion because it was brought up about the posting or the advertisement of RFPs. And I noticed in the section on this docket, it has communication and petitions. And I noticed that there's communication in regards to following with the Department of Transportation safe routes to school requests. So I'm wondering if that could be considered, going forward to include some of these some RFPs or procurements when they are posted, when they will be advertised or somehow mentioned in this section. Let me go on. In regards to properties West End Avenue 21, nope. In regards to 21-223, was that pulled? 21-223? Okay, well, anyway, for 21-223, my question is when you propose a lot of these resolutions, more detail, this grant, you're asking for a certain amount of money, you don't list what is being worked on, give any specifics, because when you don't give specifics and you submit these resolutions and it's very vague, to me it sounds like we're writing a blank check, and that's really what happens. And it seems like it comes back to council when you're asking for additional money or funds to to change the order or add for more funding for whatever you're paying for a vendor, but it's not really clear on why we're hiring either a contractor or a vendor per se in these resolutions. So I think it gets obscured a little bit, and then we get blindsided. I would say the same with 21,261. Oh, and 21,261 with Microsoft. When you divide that, it's $603.39 per user. That's really high. Even for individual, for Microsoft, it's usually for 365. It's normally depending on the extent of the Microsoft offices, the software within the package determines that. I just think that $603.39 is high per user for 400 users. They're getting individual rates and more than what I would pay or anybody individually would pay for a whole suite of Microsoft Office software. 21,262. The governor's pilot, again, we still keep coming up with these cloud-based. I heard the young man, he was saying, you know, not only are we getting licensed for the for the cloud usage, but normally just for maintenance and all that, if we're paying for the licensing, that is part of the cost in the licensing, not in addition. So I think that needs to be reevaluated and looked at. And again, for 21,264, same thing. For the cloud-based, need for more information. Oh, and for 21,265, again, you know, you're paying somebody $95 an hour. It sounds like council's familiar with this telecommunications company, but what exactly are what's the specs? What are the benchmarks that they need to meet for this amount of money for that period? So, I mean, the resolutions are too vague. The dollar amount for 21,269, yeah, okay, this contract was settled, but what came with that? I don't know if that was in the council's packet, but it wasn't in mine. Again, it was just vague. 21,167 for the mayor, resolution, contract law office. Okay, and yes, the council was right on point in regards to legal services. And again, we're paying this mayor and the number of 6 people in his office a lot of daggone money, and I just don't really understand why we're still dishing out money, you know, on behalf of this mayor. And the number of lawsuits the mayor has brought forth for the council, they were in favor of the council. And, you know, we had a whole bunch of scrimmaging going back and forth about some of the things, initiatives that some of the council persons were trying to put forward. And it was all about illegal, not appropriate, the Faulkner Act. Then you take it to court, and it's within the guidelines based on the conditions of the reason that these initiatives were brought forth. So, you know, here we go and spending money. We got starving people. 21,169, legal service was provided before getting approval. Okay, blah, blah, blah. 21,270 is something similar to the 21,269 with the law offices. Again, you know, if you're done with the arbitration, are we still arbitrating a contract? So I'm not really sure to what extent, and that needs to be broken down. What exactly are we paying for $100,000? I think the council's attorney was very well stated that, you know, we're giving blank checks. Give certain amount of money for whatever. What exactly are we working with? What are the projects? What are some of what are the matters that we are paying these law firms? I'm just seeing a blank check. That's all I'm seeing. Litigation, same thing with 2130. For who's the police? Oh, and 21,271. Who was the psychiatrist for? Forensic psychiatrist for the police officers, for civilians. It didn't state what the process would, who would be affecting. Managing database servers. Again, you know, we need we hire these IT firms. Why don't we have a cloud-based server to serve to provide certain software within that we don't have to contract aspects of our programs to different contractors. There's ways to do this. I just don't get it. You know, it just seems like we just enjoy just, you know, issuing out money. In regards to the lead line service line, a few of the council people right on point. Why aren't we using American Rescue? You know, there's $36 or $37 million. You know, why aren't we applying that to Trenton Waterworks? 21-230, blah, blah, blah. I want to get to, there's an error in 21-275. I want to get into, there was an error in 21-275. 21-275. Oh, 21-274. It says you want to transfer $667,000 and you want to transfer it for $667,500,000. So I don't know how you transferring you're $500 short from this transfer from the from into the to for 21-274. That needs to be revised. And any appropriations for okay, so that's not what that's for. So that needs to be looked at for available without incurring over expenditures. 21-275. I looked at that, and if you all looked at that, the money for water utilities, $800,000 for what? What are these expenses? You're outsourcing a lot of what you would do for other expenses. So what does that incur for 275? Here, water utility for, it says for finance, $62,000. For public works,
30 seconds, ma'am.
Is $3.1 million. I mean, if you look at this stuff, public works for sewer, it's just ridiculous. And also resolution 21-276, that has the bonds. It has the appropriations for interest and debt redemption charges for the utility fund. And it says the water quality bond principal is 1.7 million. The bond interest is 1.5 interest. So,
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Trenton City Council meeting. Council President, next we have Mr. Edmund Johnson.
Mr. Collins.
Hello.
Yes.
Mr. Collins, don't ever do that again. Please.
My apologies, ma'am.
Please
So,
complete your sentence and wrap your statement up.
I will, Mr. President McBride. 2176 has a list of all the bond and interest, okay, that was submitted, and that hopefully will assist in the questions. And I'm just going to say this one last thing and wrap it up. 21-277, again, if this is part of the transitional budget, that these for salaries and other expenses should not be more than the total. It should not, these totals here should not be more than 21.25% of the total for the budget year, for the 6-month budget. And if you look at this is way over the 21.25%. Here again, we're spending money and we're pushing stuff to the council, and it's just like a free-for-all. Thank you very much for letting me speak. This, the agenda was very long. I had more, but thank you.
Ma'am, you are way over your time. My apologies, but you're 2 minutes over. Just for the record, correction, it's 26.25%. Council President, Mr. Edmund Johnson.
Thank you. Yes, go right ahead, Mr. Johnson. Go right ahead, Mr. Johnson.
He has to unmute himself. Unmute. Edmund, here you go.
You got it?
Yes, sir. Please proceed.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
All right. Good evening, President McBride, and to the other council members, good evening. I'm referencing 21-269. And I would hope that Mr. Collins has transmitted the MOA to the other council members. Did you guys receive it?
Yes.
Okay. I'd just like to reference this because this contract has been vetted out by the members, has been vetted out by DCA, and also has been vetted out by the administration. This has taken us since December of 2018. We have been without a contract. We are at a stage now where we are hoping to get this resolved from you guys. And we are hoping that you will look at this in the light that these employees have been without a contract for over 2 years now. We have a 5-year contract, and we're already into it 2.5 years. And we think, as employees, this is a fair contract. And I would hope that each member of this council would look deep within yourself and understand that we've been without a contract for such a long time. And we're hoping that you would vote yes to this contract.
Thank you.
Council President, next we have Ms. Evangeline Ugori.
Go right ahead, Mrs. Evangeline Ugori. Ms. Ugori?
Unmute. Unmute. Unmute yourself.
Council President.
How about now?
There you go.
How about now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you all. It's been a long night. I'd like to commend all of you for your civic duties on behalf of the city. My name is Evangeline, Southward resident on Adeline Street in Trenton. Like the previous fellow city resident said, it's a long list of docket items, but I specifically want to say, I dare say that the council is on point tonight on many of the resolutions, and so thank you for your vigilance. But my comment is specifically regarding 21301, the disapproval of the mayor's removal of the Trenton police director. It will only add, if left as it is, to the long list of things to be settled behind closed doors in your executive sessions. We have too much to do with money that we have very little of, and I would hope that this will not get to that level. Here we go again with what this administration has been costing us and stands to continue costing us. I hope that all of you council people will do your due diligence and vote in support of this resolution. I'll keep it that brief and leave it at that. And thank you all for letting me speak. Thank you.
I saw another hand up earlier, but that party has lowered their hand. Does anybody else wish to be recognized for the public portion on docket items only for the 6/22/21 conference session? Ladies and gentlemen, if you're on a telephone, please speak up at this point in time. This is the time that you can unmute yourself and shout out if you want to speak for a docket item, for public comment on docket items. Do I have a motion?
Motion to close.
Do I have a second? I have a motion to close. Second by Mr. Harrison. All in favor?
Aye.
Need two more.
Aye.
Two more. There we go. Any opposed? Seeing none opposed, public portion is closed. Council President, the next item on the agenda is civic comment.
Yes, it's so much going on in the city, and it's not good. The city's not progressing at the rate that we all would like, and we were very optimistic after receiving the Rescue Act plan funding. Actually, we're even optimistic when we received the CARES Act funding. But it seems to me, and my frustration lies with the administration and, some members of the council. That we haven't been able, as a government, mayor, council, to move the city forward with all the funding that comes into the city of Trenton. Millions and millions of dollars comes through the city of Trenton, earmarked for special programs, projects, and we give it to organizations and it gets squandered. The projects seem to never get done. If they get done, they're shoddy. They're not of quality. We don't realize the impact that it was intended. So we got a lot of work to do in the city of Trenton. We want to talk about transformation. Transformation is hard, and it takes commitment, and it takes funding, and it takes strong leadership. Strong leadership on council, strong leadership in the administration, and strong leadership out of the mayor's office. And of course, it begins and ends at the mayor's office. Since I've been on council, this mayor has done nothing but usurp it. He has not enforced some of the key laws that are part of the city code that can help the city move forward. He hasn't enforced the residency laws. He hasn't enforced it for any of his directors. I believe out of it, it's only 3 directors that I know of that even live in the city of Trenton. And the mayor does nothing about that. Much revenue is lost because of that major issue. Residency laws exist in every municipality, and they exist for the purpose of ensuring that the money remains inside the borders of the municipality. And every citizen of the city of Trenton should take that seriously. When folks don't live here and they work here, they take those salaries out to their municipality. They buy homes. They pay taxes there. They support the school district there, right? So those are the things that we have to, really concern ourselves with. I watched, we're looking at when the council gets usurped, the people get usurped. When the mayor does not recognize the council and does not feel he has to come to us for collaboration, for approval, the people of the city suffer. The people who elected us and elected him suffers. Every major issue that could help the city move forward, the mayor has done or attempted to do unilaterally. And people should take that serious. No matter what your political affiliation is, or your value system, or your race, you should take, or your sexual preference, you should take that seriously. It's unacceptable. And actually, in many cases, it's unlawful. It's unlawful behavior. And it does not, and it impacts the city to levels that we can not even measure when government is in chaos and it runs unlawfully. When we talk about directors who don't even, who come onto the payroll and the mayor doesn't see fit to come to council, to come to the citizenry and say, this person will be serving our municipality, can I have your approval? We have a director, I believe Mr. Zielinski's time is up at the end of this month. Did the administration find a new CFO? Mr. Bridges, the law director, was hired and sat there for 6 months, damn near, before he came that the mayor put him up for advice and consent. This costs taxpayer dollars. The residents should know, the electorate should know who is running their city, who has access to their information, who's signing off on the city's business. These are serious issues. And we have a state that is totally negligent in the governance of the city of Trenton and providing oversight to the city of Trenton. Just recently, an application was filed with the local finance board that was, by law, was supposed to be completed by the council. That was to move the calendar, the budget calendar from fiscal year to a calendar year. And the administration, I have the copy of the application. I never even saw it. The council never even met on it. Your council never met, never had a meeting on moving our budget to a calendar year. The mayor achieved that unilaterally. $7.5 million was taken out of the Trenton Waterworks surplus, and the residents of this city, totally unaware, never was communicated. Not a letter, not an email, not a press release. But he manages to always give a press release for other, what I would say, meaningless and unimpactful issues. That's not going to change the face of this city. So anytime a mayor takes from a coffers of the city $7.5 million and no one knows what he did with it, there's no accountability, no one asks any questions. And sometimes you want to say, if it was any other mayor who did such an action, the outcome and the outrage would be different. This mayor can hire and fire folks without proper protocol and procedure. He doesn't even think that he has to come to council. He doesn't have to come to council to hire. He doesn't have to come to council to fire. And everybody, that should alarm everyone. Just recently, he wants to go give a loan to an organization that he knows did not meet the criteria, did not fill out the application, but yet he's out here going around making deals unilaterally without consulting the right forums of his government. So here we are in the midst of settling the employee's contract. Mr. Edmund Johnson, he's one of the leaders, president of his local in the city of Trenton, and for his employees, and he just shared that the mayor has not executed a contract in over 2 years since he's been in office. And even the union, even the employees want to follow the mayor's commentary or narrative that it's the council that's holding it up. The council is not the executive branch. We don't do contracts. That's fully the mayor's responsibility. So if you have an issue, it's the reason why your contract hasn't been settled for so long, ask Mayor Gussie Orr. So he can run around here and party and want to do artsy-fartsy things and blah, 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 but he doesn't want to do the business of the city, the things that impact people's lives, the things that impact the well-being of our citizenry, the things that impact our neighborhoods. We're giving out millions and millions of dollars on contracts, and not one Trentonian, he does not even advocate for one Trentonian to have a job on those contracts. So when people say, oh, we're going to build a skate park to help black and brown children who are part of a marginalized and underprivileged community, but none of you are advocating for those black and brown kids, their fathers, their mothers, to have jobs on those contracts. Because jobs is what transforms lives, not skate parks. Jobs is what transforms communities, when you can make those families homeowners and you can bring those families onto the tax rolls. So let's start, reprioritizing.
30 seconds, ma'am.
So, and that's what I have to say, and I'm going to continue on this journey here, and we have to do better for the residents of our city. We're not worried about outsiders. If you don't live in Trenton, you're not a Trentonian, then you have no business here advocating for anything. You need to go and advocate in your own municipality. And I just wanted to say to Michael Rinaldo, one of our West Ward residents, that the bubble that's over there on Spruce Street is in Lawrence Township. And a lot of our children and families are low and very low income, and they don't have transportation to go to the bubble in Lawrence Township. So we have to be very sensitive to who our community, who lives in Trenton, and what our needs are. And there are some people speaking for us who have no clue. And we just have to get to know each other better and start advocating for the right things that are impactful and meaningful in people's lives. Thanks, Council President, and thank you all, and talk to you all soon, and hopefully you all join us on Thursday.
Mr. Councilman Rodriguez,
No comments.
Councilman Michelle,
Councilman Michelle texted me. He actually had to step away from his computer for a minute, so he had no comment.
Councilman Harrison,
My comment is I just hope that my colleagues support Resolution 21-267 and 21-266. I've read the American Rescue Act, and at the end of the day, I understand that the men and women of the union deserve the hazard pay. So hopefully my colleagues will support this, because as far as I know, they said they would. Regarding Antico Square, I was a part of helping clean up, like we said earlier. There's a lot of young men and women in the city who'd like to do skateboarding over at the Wire Factory. They're always over there. The kids are always during the middle of the pandemic. They would have a certain amount of children in there wearing their mask. Only so many kids. But at the end of the day, we should be working together to move the city forward. We talk about residency. I'm thinking some of my colleagues don't seem to realize that they approved the gift directors waivers. So I'm not sure how they're now talking about people's residency. Like I said, on Thursday, hopefully this council will vote for the hazard pay for the workers, the men and women. Thank you.
Councilwoman Caldwell-Wilson,
She actually left the meeting, ma'am. She wasn't feeling well. She did text me.
Councilman Blakely.
I'm here. I just have two comments that I'd like to talk about. Number one, I will be supporting the hazard pay for our hardworking city employees. I think it is a small token of appreciation that we can give to them for their hard work in the midst of a pandemic. Many of the city workers have faced significant challenges during COVID, and I'm very pleased to be voting on the resolution introduced by my colleague, and I'll definitely be voting for that on Thursday. And then finally, I want to thank everyone who reached out to me regarding the skate park in the East Ward. I am in East Trenton, rather. I think that plan is a very good one. I know many students and many young people in the city of Trenton are avid skateboard players. I think that folks who say that, it's very stereotypical to think that the only thing that young black and brown kids do is play basketball and play football. I think that it's very clear that skateboarding is a growing sport that folks of many colors and nationalities and backgrounds are interested in participating in. And I think it would be a very good thing that we are turning a place that now represents the very worst of Trenton in terms of it being a dump, in terms of it being a place where people are not respecting, and to think that we would invest a significant amount of funds to turn that place which now represents despair into a place that represents hope is a very good thing, and one that I am very proud to support, and that I'm going to be proud to vote on. And so I don't think it's either or. I think we need to upgrade many of our recreational activities, and I look forward to voting to turn this place, as I mentioned, that represented despair for so long, into a place of hope and progress and happiness for our residents. And that's all I have to say. Thank you, everyone. Enjoy your night, and I'll see everyone on Thursday. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, and I'd like to thank each and every one of you for coming out this evening. Your opinion matters. I want to speak to one particular, a couple issues, but one particular one, and that's the American Rescue Plan. So we have lots of union employees on the line. Let me be very clear to all of you that everyone on this council knows that the essential workers should get hazard pay. That is the one thing that we're all in agreement with. What I am not in agreement with is the procedure in which you're trying to get it. First off, the American Rescue Plan, if it is read, and if the letter that our attorney, Mr. Kaloji, sent out was read, it is very clear that there are three things that should happen. One, that there must be someone in place to deal with federal grants and to be able to record the expenditures of every red cent that we spend. Second, there has to be a plan in place for the first phase of that money. Third of all, you have to take it to the public. The public has to have an input on the funds. None of this has been done by the administration. You're going around holding press conferences, but you're not trying to pick up the American Rescue Plan guidelines. So, if all of those requirements are met, then why should we have a problem about you getting your money? There wouldn't be a problem. But when you and the mayor want to distribute the money before you go down those requirements, before you address the requirements, you want to start distributing money. And I am telling each and every one of you, it's not about $8 million. It's about 73.8. And while you're chasing $7,000, we're trying to determine how that money is going to be spent for your families. That money is dedicated to the poor, the low income families in the city of Trenton. All of the money is yours. You should be concerned about all of the money. Every dollar, you should be concerned. We talk about a skating board park, and I don't have a problem with that. I welcome it. But I'm also concerned about the Little League. Up on the boulevard, the Little League batting cage is crumbling. We have the All-Star games hosted on Ingram Avenue, and the children can't, most of the time, go there because gunfire erupts on the Little League field. Those are your children. Those are your children. And so while you're concerned about the $7,000, you should be concerned about the 73.8, because that money belongs to you.
And you need to see a comprehensive plan about how we are going to utilize that money. Don't get so excited about 7,000 till you allow 73 million to walk out of the city borders. Something is wrong with this picture when you do not understand that the 73 million is for you. When the mayor gives us a comprehensive plan, it should look like this. I suggested that we do an HVAC system for public works. I suggested that we get the new trucks that are COVID ready. And in order to do that, there has to be a plan to show that we need those things. All we had to do is get cost analysis for the building, a cost analysis for the trucks, put the documentation in about how many workers we lost because they contracted COVID and how many workers we lost because they had to be quarantined because they were exposed to COVID. Put it in a packet, and that packet goes to the federal government to show why we need the HVAC system for you to have better air quality while you work, and why you need the COVID-19 ready truck for the sanitation department and for the other parts of public works. What is wrong with you when you don't understand that if you don't have good health, that you can't provide for your family? $7,000 all well and fine, but there's a bigger picture here. We need to think about what we're doing, and we need to analyze the fact that you want to rush to get 7,000 in 30 days, then rather follow the guidelines that are required by the federal government. And somebody said, oh, it's just a recommendation. No, when the Treasury Department puts it in black and white, they intend for you to follow it. And if you don't, they can retrieve that money. And I don't know how they will retrieve it. I don't know if they'll come to you personally for the $7,000 back if they feel like we haven't met the guidelines for essential workers. But what I'm saying to you is you were always going to get the money. Follow the process. Allow the requirements to be met, because all of the money belongs to the residents here in the city. Those dollars were given to distressed cities to make a difference, to help you with your rent, to help you with your mortgage, to help you with your utility, to build up your little league, to build up, to spend money on training for the young people, to bring on staff that can help the nonprofits like the Briggs Library, like the West Trenton Community Center on Stuyvesant Avenue. That is what that money is for, you and your children. Don't be sidetracked by saying, Kathy McBride don't want us to get hazard pay. That's nonsense. And it has not an ounce of truth to it. But you can follow the shiny object and take your eyes off of that $73 million for $7,000. And at the end of the day, shame on you. Shame on you for allowing anyone to sidetrack you from what is yours. The federal government said $73 million need to be put into Trenton to infuse our city, to help our businesses, to help our children, and to help you with your rent, your mortgage, and your utilities. Don't be so easily to be sidetracked over a few dollars versus millions. That is my message to all of you. Second thing I want to talk about is the auction. The city of Trenton has held an auction, and now they're holding mortgages. I can't wait to get into executive session to hear this explanation. If they held the mortgage for one family, then they should hold the mortgage for all of our Trenton families that work for the city that can't afford to purchase a home. If they held a mortgage for one person on that auction list, then that gentleman that came to us crying, asking us to please refund his money, why didn't they hold the mortgage for him? If you do it for one, you have to do it across the board, period. And so I would love to hear their explanation about that. And I would love to hear the mayor tomorrow tell the people in Trenton what he's going to do with that money and how he's going to allocate it to the organizations in this city. But none of you will attend that meeting because all you're concerned about is $7,000. I thank each and every one of you for coming. I appreciate you, and have a blessed night, and I'll see you on Thursday. Mr. Collins.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we please adjourn this meeting?
I have a motion to adjourn by Council President McBride. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a second by Ms. Vaughn. All in favor?
Aye.
That's enough. We are adjourned at 10:48 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a safe evening. Thank you very much for coming tonight. Our next council meeting will be on Thursday. You can find the agenda and docket for Thursday's meeting at eCode 360. We will be amending that tomorrow to include the items that were added by walk-on to tonight's meeting, and those will be posted there as well. Thank you for coming. We look forward to seeing you on Thursday. Bye-bye.